Good morning and welcome to Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to world and national events. I am Aneke and these are the top stories making headlines this Friday morning. President Trump cuts off trade talks with Canada following what he calls a fraudulent campaign ad. Japan's Prime Minister Aneke Takaichi faces her first diplomatic test as she welcomes President Trump to Tokyo. Colombia braces for economic shocks amid new U.S. tariff measures and threats to cut foreign aid. Oil prices surge globally after the U.S. imposes sweeping sanctions on Russia. The federal government unveils official prices for the renewed Hope housing units across the country. Now the news in details. President Donald Trump has suspended all trade negotiations with Canada, accusing the Canadian government of endorsing what he described as a fraudulent advertisement that misrepresented U.S. trade policies. The ad, reportedly backed by a Canadian pro-trade group, used a decades-old clip of former U.S. President Ronald Reagan in a way the Trump administration called deceptive and manipulative. The clip appeared to show Reagan criticizing American tariffs, a message Trump's team dismissed as deliberate misinformation. In a post on his Truth Social account, President Trump announced the immediate termination of trade discussions, saying the ad was an egregious act of interference. He reiterated his stance that tariffs were vital to America's national security and economic independence. The announcement has rattled financial markets and stirred diplomatic tensions between Washington and Ottawa, with trade experts warning of significant disruptions in key sectors like auto manufacturing and agriculture. Canadian officials have expressed disappointment over the decision, noting that negotiations were close to reaching consensus on several issues. They insist the ad was produced independently and not sanctioned by the government. Still, Trump's move marks another sharp turn in U.S. trade relations as analysts predict a prolonged freeze that could impact North American supply chains and cross-border investments. Meanwhile, President Trump has vowed to launch a new phase in his war against international drug cartels, announcing a military-led campaign that bypasses congressional approval. Speaking to reporters at the White House, the president said his administration would use the full force of the U.S. military to hunt down and eliminate traffickers he accused of poisoning American communities. His remarks came amid reports of expanded U.S. naval patrols and air surveillance across the Caribbean. The Pentagon has confirmed the deployment of guided missile destroyers, F-35 fighter jets, and a nuclear-powered submarine to support the mission. U.S. officials say several drug vessels have already been intercepted and destroyed in international waters near Venezuela, resulting in dozens of casualties among suspected traffickers. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth defended the move, calling it a preemptive strike against criminal organizations with global reach. However, the aggressive campaign has drawn criticism from international observers who argue it violates global norms and bypasses democratic oversight. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro issued a stern warning threatening a mass uprising of U.S. troops and if U.S. troops encroach in his country's territory. Human rights groups are urging restraint, warning that the new strategy could destabilize the region and spark diplomatic fallout. Despite the controversy, the Trump administration maintains that a campaign will continue until the cartels are destroyed. Officials argue that the military's expanded role is necessary to stem the flow of narcotics into the U.S., while opponents call it an overreach that risks escalating tensions in Latin America. In Asia, Japan's new Prime Minister Aneke Takaichi is preparing for her first major diplomatic challenge as she welcomes President Trump to Tokyo next week. The visit comes just days after she assumed office, inheriting a fragile coalition and a country navigating economic recovery and regional security tensions. Known for her conservative policies, Takaichi has pledged to strengthen Japan's military and align closely with Washington on strategic defense matters. Since taking office, the Prime Minister has ended her party's alliance with the pacifist Komeito Party, instead joining forces with the right-leaning Japan Innovation Party. Her administration is pursuing constitutional reforms to allow greater military autonomy under Japan's self-defense forces. Analysts say her upcoming meeting with Trump will shape Japan's foreign policy direction and signal how Tokyo intends to balance relations with China and the United States. Officials in both capitals confirmed that discussions will focus on defense cooperation, trade, and the Taiwan Strait crisis, while Washington expects Japan's full commitment to its Indo-Pacific strategy. Takaichi faces domestic opposition from groups wary of militarization. Political analysts warn that any step could weaken her standing in parliament and risk triggering an early election. Over in South America, Colombia's President Gustavo Petro has cautioned that U.S. plans to impose new tariffs and reduce foreign aid could undermine his country's anti-narcotics operations. The warning follows the comment by President Trump criticizing Bogota for what he called lax enforcement against drug cartels. In retaliation, Trump announced a 10% tariff on Colombian exports, citing national security interests. President Petro dismissed the allegations as politically motivated and accused Washington of using economic pressure for domestic gain. He argued that Colombia remains committed to joint anti-drug efforts and has seized nearly 2,800 metric tons of cocaine over the past 3 years. However, Petro warned that cuts in U.S. security assistance could cripple ongoing surveillance and interdiction programs vital to regional stability. In protest, Colombia has recalled its ambassador from Washington, signaling a diplomatic rift not seen in over a decade. The government in Bogota insisted to review all bilateral cooperation agreements to safeguard national interests. Still, trade experts fear that prolonged tension could affect agricultural exports and jeopardize the livelihoods of thousands of Colombian farmers. Despite the standard of both nations' continual intelligence sharing operations reflecting their long-standing security partnerships, analysts say that while Trump's tariff threat is likely to be temporary, the broader strain could reshape future U.S.-Latin America relations. In Europe, Britain has introduced a fresh round of sanctions targeting Russia's oil and gas revenues, coinciding with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's visit to London. The measures are part of coordinated Western efforts to cut Moscow's wartime funding and pressure President Vladimir Putin to negotiate peace. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer hosted Zelensky for talks focused on reconstruction and defense assistance. The visit also brought together NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and several European leaders to reaffirm support for Ukraine as the war enters its 4th year. Starmer called on allies to seize frozen Russian assets and direct the proceeds toward rebuilding Ukrainian infrastructure. He described the sanctions as a necessary step to end Putin's aggression and restore peace in Europe. The European Union simultaneously unveiled its 19th sanctions package, including a ban on Russian liquefied natural gas imports. Officials say the coordinated move underscores the West's determination to choke off Russia's energy profits. Analysts, however, caution that the restrictions could tighten global energy supplies and push up prices in the short term. In Moscow, President Putin condemned the move as Still on the international news, global oil markets reacted sharply to the latest sanctions as prices surged by nearly 5%. The U.S. decision to blacklist Russia's 2 largest oil companies caught investors off guard and triggered a wave of market volatility. The sanctions freeze assets belonging to state-owned firms and restrict their access to international financing and trade. In Moscow, President Putin condemned the move as economic warfare, warning of serious consequences if Western nations continue in arming Ukraine. Russia's energy ministry announced plans to expand partnerships with Middle Eastern and African countries to offset expected revenue losses. But experts say the sanctions could severely limit Moscow's ability to sustain its war efforts in the long term. Meanwhile, major oil importers like China and India reportedly reducing their purchases of Russian crude amid fears of secondary sanctions. Energy analysts warn that the resultant sharp supply disrupts could keep prices high through the end of the year. The uncertainty has prompted central banks worldwide to reassess inflation projections and interest rate policies. Economists believe that unless a diplomatic breakthrough emerges, global energy markets may remain volatile for months, fueling higher transportation and manufacturing costs worldwide. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. President Trump cuts off trade talks with Canada over fraudulent ad. Japan's Takaichi faces first diplomatic test with Trump visits. Colombia braces for impact amid U.S. tariff and aid threats. UK pushes new sanctions as Zelensky visits London. Oil prices spike as Trump slaps sanctions on Russia. Still to come, federal government unveils prices for renewed Hope housing units. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Around the Globe on Aneke TV. Now I'll bring you stories from Nigeria. President Tinubu has charged the new INEC chairman, Professor Joash Amopitan, to ensure credible and transparent elections nationwide. The president made the call after swearing in Amopitan at the State House, urging him to rebuild public confidence in the electoral system. Tinubu said the upcoming Anambra governorship election will serve as the first test of INEC's integrity under his leadership. Professor Amopitan pledged to sustain ongoing reforms initiated by his predecessor Mahmoud Yakubu, including the use of technology for result transmission and continuous voter registration. He vowed to engage political parties, security agencies and civil society groups to ensure free and fair polls. Civil society organizations have advised the new chairman to prioritize logistics, tackle vote buying and address insecurity along polling units. They say solving these issues will restore voter trust and strengthen Nigeria's democracy. Meanwhile, INEC has deployed a 4-member delegation to Anambra State to assess preparations for the November 8th governorship election. The team, led by Professor Rhoda Gomez, visited local government offices in Dunukofia and Oyi to inspect materials and monitor accreditation exercises. In Enugu, police operatives has arrested 3 suspects for allegedly vandalizing high-voltage power cables along the Enugu-Port Harcourt Expressway. The suspects, aged between 25 and 28, were intercepted by the Distress Response Squad during a stop-and-search operation. Officers recovered stolen cables concealed under cassava leaves, as well as gloves, cutters, and a white minibus used for transport. Police investigations revealed that the cables were stolen from Uduma community in Animri local government area and were intended for resale at the new artisan market in Enugu. The suspects have reportedly confessed to the crime and are assisting with further investigations. State Police Commissioner Maman Bitrus Giwa condemned the act, vowing to intensify operations against infrastructure vandalism. He urged residents to collaborate with security agencies by providing timely information to protect public assets. Authorities have assured that the suspects will face prosecution upon completion of investigations as efforts continue to dismantle other vandalism networks across the state. Also in Enugu, the State Police Command has arraigned 46-year-old Mr. Livinus Oko for allegedly murdering his wife, Mrs. Onyinyechi Oko, at Amori in Nkanu West local government area. Oko was charged before Magistrate Uche Jidelfo of Court 3, Enugu East Magisterial District, following the conclusion of police investigations into the October 8th incident. In the case marked CME 821C 2025, the police accused Oko of unlawfully killing his wife by striking her with an axe on the lower jaw, leading to her death, an offense punishable under Section 274, subsection 1 of the Criminal Code of Enugu State. The accused is yet to take a plea as the court ruled it lacked jurisdiction to grant bail, ordering his remand in the correctional center and directing that the case file be sent to the Ministry of Justice. The matter was adjourned to December 17, 2025. Meanwhile, the Enugu State government has condemned the killing in strong terms, describing it as a disturbing case of gender-based violence. Commissioner for Children, Gender Affairs and Social Development, Mrs. Ngozi Eni, said the incident underscores the urgent need to address domestic violence, adding that the Mba administration maintains a zero-tolerance policy toward all forms of abuse. She called on the judiciary and law enforcement agencies to ensure swift justice, assuring the victim's family of government support. The commissioner urged residents to speak out against violence and reaffirmed the government's commitment to working with stakeholders to prevent future occurrences. We head to business. A leadership tussle has erupted within the Nigerian Institute of Welding, creating tension among members of the professional body. Two rival factions are currently laying claim to the presidency of the institute following a disputed election. One faction led by engineer Bijini Gaya emerged from a court-ordered annual general meeting, while another faction led by Dr. Solomon Edebiri insists the election was illegal. Gaya accused Edebiri of holding onto power long after his tenure expired and of failing to conduct proper AGMs for over a decade. He also alleged financial mismanagement and violations of the institute's constitution. In response, Edebiri's camp dismissed the accusations as baseless and politically motivated. Industry observers warned that the ongoing dispute could damage Nigeria's reputation in the global welding and fabrication community, particularly in the oil and gas sector. The Nigerian Institute of Welding is responsible for enforcing technical standards critical to offshore construction and pipeline safety. In the world of sport, Super Falcons defender Michelle Alozie has shared how the 2018 Super Eagles World Cup jersey inspired her football journey. The Houston Dash star said the bold green and white design captured her imagination and motivated her to play for Nigeria. Born and raised in the United States, Alozie joined the Falcons in 2021 after coach Randy Waldrum invited her to camp during the player shortage. Her debut came against Jamaica, followed by her first international goal 2 days later against Portugal. Since then, she has become a key player for the Falcons, helping Nigeria clinch the 2024 WAFCON Championship. Alozie said her experience symbolizes resilience and faith, describing her success as God's perfect timing. The 27-year-old defender credited her family for supporting her through injuries and early setbacks in her career. She said wearing Nigeria's colors remains her proudest moment as a reminder of the country's unbreakable spirit. Alozie continued to inspire young athletes globally through community outreach and advocacy for women's sports. She says her goal is to give back to the next generation and prove that determination can turn obstacles into opportunities. In entertainment, Hollywood is mourning the loss of rising actress Isabel Tet, who passed away at just 23 after a long battle with Charcot-Marie Tooth disease, a rare neurological disorder. Tate was best known for her role in the pilot episode of 911 Nashville and was widely regarded as one of Hollywood's promising young talents. Diagnosed as tartan, Tate spent most of her life raising awareness for people living with rare illnesses. Despite her health challenges, she continued to work in television and film, earning praise for her professionalism and positive spirit. Her family confirmed her passing, describing her as a radiant soul who inspired others through her courage. Tributes have poured in from fellow actors and fans on social media, celebrating her resilience and passion for storytelling. Several charities she supported have also paid tribute, noting her commitment to disability advocacy and humanitarian causes. And that ends round the globe, but end round the globe here are the main points. President Donald Trump holds trade talks with Canada over what he calls a fraudulent campaign ad. Colombia on edge as the U.S. threatens new tariffs and cuts to financial aid. The United Kingdom rolls out first sanctions as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visits London. The federal government releases official prices for its Renewed Hope housing units project. That's round the globe for this hour. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703 043 7110. You can follow us on all our social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and right here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the news producer Chidema Asogwa and the entire news team, I am Amaka Niji. Thank you for watching.
am Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndo ana atoka onye ana nke ya no na agwo ibe ya adino ogologo ndo arụ ike na ọdụmma ibe ji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe ji ene ndụ anya na-elufuta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anyị amara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Ogene is a metal bell historically made by the Igbo people and considered as one of the most important metal instruments in Igbo traditional music. When struck with a wooden stick, it produces a sharp resonant tone. It is a symbol of Igbo identity and heritage, passed down through generations. Ogene acts as a rhythmic instrument, a melodic device, a means of communication, and also used in divination and spiritual rituals. It provides the rhythmic backbone, often setting the tempo and pace for other instruments and dancers. Ogene comes in different shapes and sizes. The single bell ogene, the double-belled ogene, ogene mkpenabo, with each producing different sounds. The triple-shaped ogene, ogene mkpe ato, each also producing different sounds. In an ogene cultural dance group, the vocal style is often distinguished by its main vocalist, with multiple singers singing in harmony with each.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 040, and good morning to our viewers watching wherever you are. You're tuned in to Sunrise on Aneke TV. Your daily dose of brightness, your morning companion. I am Deborah Wakuba, coming to you live from our studio here in Vibrant Enugu.
And good morning to your global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or even making breakfast, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, motivate, and it's weekend, baby.
Yes,
this Friday.
This is Friday.
Thank God it's Friday.
TGIF. Yes.
So,
yes.
yeah.
And it's Friday, 2025. And of course, we've got that special sunrise packages, a full lineup of weather reports, news, and what's trending with that special sunrise vibes to help you start the day.
So, relax, grab that cup of coffee or tea, because the sunshine is here and it's going to be explosive this morning.
Yes, and coming up shortly, first of all, we'll be kicking things off with our quote of the day, with words that are inspiring, thoughtful, and offers insight to make us stay focused and well-driven throughout the day.
And then we'll move straight into the day's top headlines in our newspaper reports. All the key information you need to stay informed will be delivered hot and tasty.
Yes, and we've also got you that weather report for today, covering major cities across the southeast, far and beyond, and also to help you get well prepared before stepping out. And if you've stepped out already, it's to keep you throughout the day.
And let's wrap things up with today's celebration or observance to lift your spirit and keep you smiling.
Yes, so today let's begin with some soul food. Our quote of today is coming from Vincent van Gogh. And in his quote he says, "The fishermen know that the sea is dangerous and the storm terrible, but they have never found this danger sufficient reason for remaining ashore." I'm going to take that quote again. Coming from Vincent van Gogh, he says, "The fishermen know that the sea is dangerous and the storm is terrible, but they have never found this danger sufficient reason to remain ashore." Now, this quote carries a deep and inspiring message about courage, passion, and purpose. Now, Van Gogh is saying that even though life is full of risk and challenges, people who truly love what they do don't let fear stop them, rather. And also, just like fishermen who know the sea can be rough and unpredictable, yet still set sail every day, we too must face life storms with bravery. And also, this quote is trying to remind us that fear is natural. We all know there are dangers ahead, but if we let fear hold us back, we'll never experience growth, success, or fulfillment. And the quote teaches that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward in spite of it. So no matter what challenge you're facing, do not let fear overcome a situation. If you follow that challenge with confidence and boldness, at the end of the day, you would receive results. Just like the fishermen, if every day they should be afraid of the fact that there is a storm coming, that the weather is raining, that this is happening, giving excuses, you'd find out that we would lack fish in this country or any country at all. If they're always procrastinating, if they're always afraid of an outcome, you'd find out that we won't have fish today, right? Yeah. We are not going to have fish today. And me, for an example, what I actually tag fear as, I tag fear as an abbreviation. You know, when it says fear, F-E-A-R, I tagged S as something false.
Okay.
Then E stands for evidence, A stands for appearing real. So I take it as false evidence appearing real.
Okay.
So you should not let that fear control you, because fear is actually is a crazy feeling. Fear is a crazy feeling actually, because it's something that can control your life. It's something that can take over you. You would not, in fact, you remain stagnant in where you are. If you are afraid of always facing something every day, yes, you will stay in that particular position where you began. You'll be afraid to move forward. You'll be afraid of anything. Okay, so you'll be afraid of darkness. In fact, when you let fear control you, it's going to damage a lot of things. So we should try taking fear as a false evidence that appears real. Fear is not real. It's a feeling, actually.
I was going to say, if you repeat that, that's kind of inspiring.
Okay.
You said fear is
false evidence appearing real. Yes.
Okay, so whenever we are faced with fear, we should see that as a mirage.
Yes.
Something that is not real. False evidence appearing to be real. Good.
Yes.
And then you brought another angle to this quote.
Okay.
That if fishermen, if they look at the dangers they face and they are afraid, right, we won't have fish. And then that's why he said, and we won't have fish.
Yes,
if they refuse to, sell, then there won't be fish because out of fear or something, or because of storm or the challenges they will face at sea. And then immediately you say that, I now start to imagine a world where there is no fish.
Okay.
where everybody will have to eat meat. What will have become of vegetarians and all that aside.
Yeah.
Now speaking to the quote, you brought a very good dimension to this discussion by letting us know that fear in itself is not real.
It's not real.
It's a mirage. And then, Debbie, I don't know. When you look at this issue, I don't know if you've embarked on a sea voyage before or has journeyed through the sea or that. When you go, for example, in our days in Lagos, I remember that day there was heavy traffic and then I had to take the water transport system. And then by the time we got to our destination, we left. When I was done coming back, I went to the jetty to board another ferry to get across in Lagos. And then there was a ship that was offloading, and we were told that those ferries could not go. Then there's this, I don't know what they call that, something like a canoe but with engine, You don't paddle, but it has its own engine, but it's just like a longer canoe. And everybody was boarding that very thing. Women, children, men. And I felt like, initially I was scared, the Lagos waters and all that. I was initially scared, but because children were boarding, women were boarding.
Yeah.
And then I had to. And then when we entered, the routes, then there was a police speedboat that passed, then another speedboat. Then the clashing of the wave thrust us, both ways. And I was heavily scared. And then looking at this quote now made me remember that despite that condition, and now imagine what the fishermen, what they see at sea. Yet, every day and at night, they set off.
Yes.
They go fishing. And then you brought that angle to it, that fear is not real, it's a mirage.
Yeah.
And I begin to say, therefore, whatever challenge that one is facing, is it in your career? Is it in relationship? In the family? Whatever, wherever, that one shouldn't be afraid. Just be bold, be consistent and courageous. Face that challenge. And like you rightly pointed out, it will evaporate. Because if it's a mirage, it will evaporate. Talking about mirage, when you could be walking towards it, you're driving towards a distance. Before you get to a distance, maybe the place looks hilly and all that. But by the time you get close, you know because there is a normal surface. So mirage will always evaporate and all that. That's very apt.
Thank you very much.
You were talking about an angle to the story of fear and sea and all that,
Okay,
right?
yes. When you said something about children, I remember this scenario, a scenario where I was opportune to enter a flight going to Lagos, actually. And then there was this, should I say, there's a shake. The plane was moving this way. So a lady at the back was screaming. Like screaming, God, I will not enter plane again. If you save me, I will not enter plane again. She was shouting, Mommy, oh, Daddy, oh. Then I turned at them by my right and saw a little girl sleeping.
Wow.
Throughout the screaming as she was sleeping. And then I was like, who am I? Why? Because at the time, I had to put when someone is screaming, someone is afraid, that spirit actually passes into you.
Yeah, the fear could be transferred.
Yes, it can be transferred into you. So you too, unconsciously, because I was also afraid.
Yeah.
So I had to put on music in my ear, like to keep,
so
not to hear her voice, yes. And then I saw the little girl sleeping by my side. I was like, okay. Are you the difference?
Now that you talked about it, it just reminded me of something I read a few days ago about the similar story, they were having tumblers in the air, and the adults, everybody was shouting. And then the little girl kept on at her game, was playing, you know, everybody was kept, after the whole turbulence. Then one person now asked, why were you not bothered that we were going to crash? You know what the little girl answered? He said, my father is the pilot. I know he will take me home.
Okay.
Do you see that level of confidence?
Yes.
I mixed that fear. He was confident. He was bold, knowing that, no, my dad is the pilot. I'm going to crash. We've got to get home. You understand? So we're looking at it, and then bringing this code, Debbie, this is quite apt, you know. And a lot of persons, they need to hear this. They need to be courageous in the face of whatever challenge they may be facing. And like I did mention, it could be career challenge. It could be career challenge. Just like you said, see it as a mirage. Face it head on. Over time, giving consistency, giving that courage, that boldness, you overcome. Talk about relationship in marriages, in the family. It could be family challenge. It could be relationship issue. Just be calm. Weather the storm. Give it time. It will evaporate. If fishermen in this quote keep going to sea without minding the dangers and the storm, the terrible storms ahead, and they keep going for us to have fish to, you know, munch, enjoy, then we should be bold enough to face whatever challenge that would come our way. And giving time, like you've mentioned, being confident, being courageous, passionate, and purposeful about what we do. You see that over time, the fear will disperse, and then the challenge would ease off, and you'll be victorious.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Well, in essence, what Van Gogh is trying to say, or is encouraging us to pursue our goals, our passions and dreams, even when the road seems risky or uncertain. So he's also saying that staying ashore, trying to play it safe, actually might limit, staying ashore and trying to play it safe will actually protect us from harm. But just know that staying ashore, staying safe would limit you to reaching your goal, and it will make you stay stagnant in a particular place, that you will not be able to move forward because you're giving yourself excuses. You're trying to say, I don't want, if I go there, I might not come back. And that's why most people say, take risks. And take risks. Face your fears. You can maybe at that particular time, that's not where you're supposed to be. You're supposed to move forward, so that in case there is an harm coming to you at that moment where you are, you're able to avoid that harm. So in essence, you know, as life would always throw a storm, like they said, there's this quote I just remembered, when life gives you lemon, make lemonade.
Yes, and like you just pointed out, you know, have you heard the saying, take the risk and join the millionaires? So life, they say, is all about risk. You can't just want to be on the safer side without, you know, weathering the storm. If you stay indoors, then hunger will kill you, for example. So you need to go out there, take the risk, and then become a millionaire. Life in itself, they say, is risk.
Yes, so please just know that the greatest reward for every one of us is to face our fears. That's face the storm, go through the waves. Like, go away from your comfort zone. Like Mr. Ocho will always tell me, I want you to leave your comfort zone. So go away from your comfort zone and face the risks. Don't be like the fishermen that go into the sea to get the fishes, even when there's storm, even at night, even anywhere we find ourselves. We should not be limited to our comfort zone, to that particular spot. And please also, like I say always remember that each new sunrise is a time for us to grow. It's an opportunity for us to learn something new and also to try something different and be more present in whatever we do. And let us know what this quote means to you. You can drop your thoughts on our social media feeds across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. We'll be right back after the break. It will be the weather update.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakova. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Alright, you're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Up next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Yes, I'll be starting with Oka. Good morning, Oka. You're waking up to cloudy skies and a cool 22 degrees Celsius. As we move through the morning, the cloud cover persists. We'll see rain settling in, pushing the temperature up to around 25 degrees Celsius. And during the midday and early afternoon, expect periods of heavier rain with a peak to around 28 degrees Celsius. Later this afternoon into the evening, the skies gradually clear a little, but showery spells may still pop up. It's a damp start and there's still a chance of rain later on. You might want to keep an umbrella or raincoat handy.
And over to Enugu. Good morning, the coal city. A pleasant start at about 24 degrees Celsius, with some sun peeking through the clouds. Heading into the rest of the morning, expect mostly cloudy skies, warming to around 28 degrees Celsius. Rain arrives with heavier downpours, likely around noon, when the temperature hits about 29 degrees Celsius, and in the afternoon, it stays mostly cloudy and warm, up to about 30 degrees Celsius by the early afternoon. And then another potential rainfall period in the evening. It is a warm but settled day. Today, you want to both shield and shelter.
Yes, and in Abakaliki, good morning, Abakaliki. You're waking up to around 24 degrees Celsius and mostly cloudy skies. By mid-morning, rain is expected and the temperature climbs to about 27 to 28 degrees Celsius. The warmest part of the day hits around noon at roughly 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, before increasing cloud cover and possible showers later. And later in the evening, things ease off but remain mostly cloudy into the night. It's another hot one with pockets of rain, so dress cool but plan for showers.
And over to Owerri. A fresh start at 23 degrees Celsius under mostly cloudy skies. However, expect showers right from about 8 a.m., turning into proper rain with temperatures climbing to 26 degrees Celsius. Mid-morning into midday brings periods of cloud cover, then another rainfall with temperatures around 28 degrees Celsius. The early afternoon stays warm at 29 degrees Celsius with showers likely again around 2 to 5 p.m. It will be a day of intermittent rain and clouds. Caution if you are out and about.
And lastly in Umahia. Good morning, Umahia. At present, you are at about 23 degrees Celsius with clouds overhead. By 8 a.m., rain is likely, warming up to 24 degrees Celsius. By mid-morning, you'll see mostly cloudy skies and temperatures rising to about 28 degrees Celsius. Noon into early afternoon hits around 30 degrees Celsius. Rain returns around 1 to 3 p.m. Then cloud cover persists into the evening. Thunderstorms are possible by 8 o'clock p.m. to 9 p.m. So best to take care if you have evening plans. It's definitely a hot, humid and very wet kind of day.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay cool, dress light and keep an umbrella close. Rain or shine, we've got you covered. That's your weather report. We'll go on a short break and we'll be right back with more updates.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeanyi.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Bebro Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now today, let's see what's making front page news today in the Nation, Punch, Vanguard and Guardian newspapers. Now on the Nation headlines, we have transparency, credibility, integrity must define elections, says Tinubu. Now on the Punch headlines, Tinubu to Amupitan, make 2027 polls transparent, violence-free. Now on the headline, we have integrity of our elections non-negotiable. And also on the Punch headline, we have 2027, Jonathan faces mounting pressure to drop presidential bid. Then on the Guardian headline, we have Tinubu demands credible election as Amupitan faces Anambra hurdle. And also we still have Kanu sacks legal team up to represent self in court. Now I'll be starting today's paper with the Nation headline that says transparency, credibility, integrity must define elections, says Tinubu.
All right.
From the Nation headline, it reports that President Tinubu, during the inauguration of Joash Amopitan as the new chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, emphasized that transparency, credibility, and integrity must characterize Nigeria's electoral process. He noted that while no electoral system is flawless, the integrity of the electoral system must be beyond reproach. He also pointed out that all phases of the process, from voter registration, campaigning, voting to results coalition, should be transparent, non-violent, and credible. Mr. Ocha, I'd like to know your thoughts on this headline.
All right, Debbie, I quite commend the president for being bold enough to give those orders to the new INEC chairman. Remember that he was the one who nominated this very chairman, and then he is still within his place to give those marching orders to the new INEC boss. Now, you remember that having nominated him, we were questioning without doubt that he would sail through the verification from the Senate, and as at 16th of this month, he was confirmed by the Senate, having been endorsed by the Council of State. So, all that what we witnessed was the swearing in of this very chairman by the president yesterday. And after the swearing in, the president now gave a marching order that he wants to see an election in Nigeria that is less with credibility, transparency, non-violent in approach, and that he must do everything within his powers, given the responsibility that has been given unto him, which he expects that he should discharge with the highest level of integrity, dedication, and particular participation in all INEC activity. Observing that the structures, INEC has the requisite structures to give Nigerians credible election. And kudos to the president for observing that integrity is the bedrock of any electoral process. And having said all that, I want to, in as much as I commend the president for this appointment, one, and two, for being courageous enough, as we've seen in the Nation newspaper, to mention the word transparency, credibility, integrity, which according to Mr. President should define our elections going forward. Because this is the challenge that we've had with elections, at least since 2007, let me not go back to 1999, since the era of Maurice Iwu, where elections in Nigeria became bastardized. And one, the height of it culminated even in 2015 in the very election that thrust up this very president. And for him to speak to it shows boldness, shows character, shows courage. And for the first time, I'm aligned with Mr. President on this. Now, Mr. President has done his bit, and he has given the marching order. The onus lies with INEC and the new INEC chairman to see to it that the orders of Mr. President, the intentions of Mr. President on elections being transparent is carried out to the letter.
Okay.
Democracy cannot thrive when you have elections that are marred with inconsistency, that are marred with violence. So, in this case, I quite agree with Mr. President when he tasked the new INEC chairman, on the credibility of elections, that polls, you understand, when you have credible poll, is the very foundation of public trust. Remember what is happening in Nigeria now.
Yes.
There's no public trust when INEC is mentioned, where conduct of election is mentioned. Remember that recently INEC carried on a voter registration exercise. Then, when you look at the figures, you see that the public has totally lost trust, lack confidence in the capacity of INEC to deliver on free and fair election. When you see the low turnout of people in this registration exercise, we did interrogate, we did interrogate a number of them, and you will see everybody saying that they do not believe that INEC would conduct a credible election. They do not believe that their vote will count. That was the essence of going to waste the time to register. At the end of the day, you go to the polling units, waste your time, and you will see the result from your polling unit will be different from what is announced. And I believe that with this appointment, with the boldness from Mr. President to talk about transparency, about credibility of our polls, tells you that maybe, perhaps, this time around we'll have it different. I did mention 2007, for example, where we then began to witness thuggery, violence in our elections, where elections became not just the winner takes all, but how do I put it? This thing for the strongest. It becomes a winning free for the strongest, the boldest. Whoever is more strong in unleashing violence, he wins the election. So this era, we should be, moving away from that era when Maurice will supervise our elections in this nation. So, for one, I am glad that the president said this and called the new INEC chairman to attention why he was nominated for that position, that it was based on his integrity, on his reputation, and which he, according to Mr. President, has been endorsed and satisfied by the Senate in carrying on with the approving that nomination. So, like I did mention, the onus now lies with INEC chairman. Is no longer with Mr. President. Since the State Council of States have endorsed and the Senate has confirmed this very nomination, it means that Mr. President has done his bit, has brought in a credible person. Look at my hands, a credible person in quotes, because for Mr. President, yes, he is reputable. Why I say in quotes, it now lies on Professor Josh Amupitan to now live up to the toga of that very credibility. Given that even his classmates, because I listened to Professor Chidi Odinkalo, interview yesterday, being a classmate to Professor Amupitan, when he was asked about the integrity of the new INEC chairman, he spoke eloquently and credibly to Josh Amupitan being a worthy person for that position. But another thing now remains delivering from and on that position, because over time when we see new nomination, we are happy and we believe that such individual will be able to deliver on the said mandate. Having said that, another aspect I want to take on this issue, while I am so happy and aligned with Mr. President's mandate to the new INEC chairman, however, I want to speak to the integrity, the headline, if the director will be kind enough to flash that headline, that newspaper once more. The Nation newspaper speaking to transparency, credibility, integrity of elections. Now, let me begin to ask questions. before this very appointment, since the president assumed office, given the controversies that has marred our previous elections, even the very election that brought him into office, what has he done? That's my question. What has he done? So speaking to transparency and credibility of our election, what has he done before this appointment? Mr. President, has he supported the move for electoral reforms?
Okay.
Has the executive generated any bill to the National Assembly on reforms of our election? Because that's where we'll start from. Apart from giving this mandate, let it be seen that Mr. President is equally pulling his weight beyond nominating, is fulfilling his constitutional mandate to nominate an Aneke chairman. Let him participate. Let him be seen to participate. Let us have a credible electoral reform that will see to it that our elections going forward will not just be transparent, but be credible to engender public trust and confidence on the body called. At the end of the day, we should realize in this nation that the bulk, even if has been thrust upon us constitutionally, but have getting the faith, the belief, and the trust of the masses of this nation matters. And if we do not do anything about this election, if we do not do anything about our elections, the credibility of our elections, the transparency in it, and all that, I can categorically tell you that our democracy, in as much as we want to protect it and carry it as an egg, would most likely begin to have cracks.
Yeah.
I do not want to say it will break. Let me not sound extremist, no. But it must, along the line, have crack. Beyond this appointment and matching others, Mr. President should equally caution the political class as well. Okay. Let them come together, see to it that their legacy is not just that of appointing a chairman, but giving us a system that is reformed, refined, to have the capacity to engender that confidence that they are reposing on Amopiton.
Yeah.
So, Debbie, I commend the president for the boldness, because a number of times we do not see politicians acknowledging or speaking to facts that they know may work against them, being that he will be a contestant, a candidate in 2027, and he is speaking to transparency, a violent-free election, the integrity of our elections. Yeah. So, kudos to Mr. President. I align quite well with him, but like Oliver Twist, I demand for more. I want to see more action from the president in the times of leading to electoral reforms. Yeah. Without having electoral reforms, I will tell you that the system is still mad. Okay. Our system is rigged. Let me borrow from the President of the United States of America. Yes, the system is rigged. In as much as we do not sanitize it, in as much as we don't have electoral system, if you like, appoint my father and appoint the savior of Nigeria or whoever he is, appoint any name you want in Nigeria, the system, in as much as it's rigged, the person will never deliver 100% as regards to transparency, as regards to the integrity of our elections. So, having appointed the man that will say is worthy in character to lead INEC, let us begin to work towards rigging the system from those shackles that will always make us stumble on electoral integrity.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our second paper for today, coming from the Punch headline that says 2027, Jonathan faces mounting pressure to draw presidential bid. According to reports by the newspaper Punch, leaders and stakeholders from the Niger Delta region are urging Goodluck Jonathan to step aside and abandon any plan to contest the 2027 presidential election. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this.
Debbie, I've been very clear about this. I have already maintained that position where I always say that Mr. Jonathan, President Jonathan, ex-President Jonathan, has not come out publicly to tell us that he is running for president in 2027. Okay. But that's not to dismiss the fact that, yes, we'll have on good authority that he is consulting to run for that very position. And I must point out that he is a Nigerian citizen and is within his constitutional rights to seek for the president of to be the president of Nigeria once more, having occupied that very position. And given the assessment by the generality of Nigerians, I do not believe that he failed as a president, despite the fact that there were hiccups during his tenure as president. But I do not believe that the generality of Nigerians classify him as a total failure, because over time, given the 12 years of the APC at the helm of affairs, I've heard a lot of people, say they would have preferred the Goodluck Jonathan era. But having said that, Debbie, now in this case, why is the pressure on him not to run for 2027? Why are people mounting pressure on him? I did mention that it's his constitutional right, it's his privilege to want to run. So why are people mounting pressure on him not to run? If he is a credible candidate, if he feels that yes, he still have something to deliver to the good people of Nigeria, then let him come forward. Yeah. If Nigerians decide, let them vote for him. And if they do vote for him, then let him go ahead and occupy the seats of power in Aso Rock and lead this nation, not just as the president of Nigeria, but marshal us into that new era, that economic Eldorado that every government that has come into being since 1960 has promised the generality of Nigerians. Okay. Then, looking at who are those mounting pressure from him, when you go into studying and wanting to find out the people mounting this pressure, it is not far-fetched. This pressure is coming, I will tell you, from every look and crannies of Nigeria. When I must point out that yes, there is a division. There are people who believe that former President Goodluck Jonathan should go into the ring come 2027, that he is a veritable candidate for that position, better than every other candidate that we know would contest for that election, including the sitting president. Yeah. Having said that, when you go through the North, there are Northerners who believe, for example, who are in support of him running and occupying that seat, being the fact that after this if he should contest in 2027 and he wins that election, he would not seek re-election, leaving a clear pathway for Northerners to take over the seat of affairs in 2031. Having said that, when you come down south, there are still people who are in support of the Goodluck Jonathan era coming back into effect or being again. However, the other side of the spectrum are those who feel that no, he should go and rest. And I am one of the people who buy into this, that yes, he should continue to be the big statesman that he is, helping Nigeria at the diplomatic front, and as an elder statesman, helping in resolving issues and trying to unite the various people of this nation to become one people, one nation. Because I am of the view that Nigeria, we are here to become a nation. Yeah. We are still a nation of ethnic groups. All of us keep pandering to our ethnic origin, rather than the entity called Nigeria, and he should continue to play in that role. Now, who are the people who are pressuring him? From what information coming to me, there are people who are on the camp of Mr. President, who believe that Mr. President has done very, very well and should be allowed to continue to bring to effect the benefit from his economic reform, that he is a veritable material going forward to lead Nigeria beyond 2027. And according to him, he has started very well, but these very 4 years cannot be enough for him to effect all the changes that he wants to see happen in Nigeria. And leading this charge is the Tompolo. I don't know if you know Tompolo. Tompolo, he was an ex-militant who was, I should say, pardoned by the nation, and for quite some time he has been out of public circulation. So seeing him coming forward now to beg the former president to drop the ambition not to run in 2027, I started to wonder why Tompolo would lead that charge. But according to Tompolo, you remember that Tompolo is equally the heading Tantita Security, which is saddled with policing our pipelines to see that vandals do not take over our pipelines and then leading to economic sabotage through Tantita. And then he equally has one other organization, a political structure called Door to Door. You understand? So for him to go to Otueke to meet former President Goodluck Jonathan with the other Niger Delta stakeholders who are now begging the former President Goodluck Jonathan, who is himself from the South as well, not to run against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027, on the backdrop of the fact that they believe that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done well for the people of the Niger Delta. According to them, he has brought about the coastal highway, which would open up the Niger Delta for them. And equally, when they look at it, according to them, he say he has done many approval, to mention the approval of the university that will be cited in Ogoniland.
Okay.
So to mention a few, they said that he should this time around step aside, not go into the ring against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, rather should be patient and watch the good intentions of Mr. President metamorphose and materialize for the people of Niger Delta. Like I just said, all of these participants are within their rights to ask and air their view. But at the end of the day, the buck stops on the buck of the former Mr. President. And I tell you, it's not only Tompolo who has been going to Otueke. A lot of politicians, Otueke has turned to a pilgrimage center since the feelers start coming out that President Goodluck Jonathan may want to go back into the fray come 2027. Otueke has turned to a mecca of sorts. And why is the pressure mounting up? Why do people feel threatened if Mr. former President Goodluck Jonathan comes back into the fray to want to contest? Because when you look at it politically, it begins to divide up the South, which Mr. President has been shoring up against 2027. I can categorically tell you that if former President Goodluck Jonathan emerges as a candidate in 2027, it would upscale, it will turn the scale in 2027 as far as the South is concerned. And I can say that a lot of Northerners are celebratory and welcomes is coming back to contest for that very position. And for that reason, a number of persons would want to apply pressure on him not to go into the fray, as that would divide the base that's been built up by the APC and this president. But like I did say, is his right at the end of the day, he has not come out publicly to say. So why will continue to wait? Yes, I believe that he should be, and he will make a good candidate for the office of the presidency of Nigeria come 2027. But I believe that for greater good, let him continue to serve as a statesman that he is, and support. He must not support the sitting president. Let him equally support a veritable person that he feels that will deliver the dividends of democracy to Nigerians.
All right, thank you very much for that. Now we'll be moving over to our next paper for today, coming from the Vanguard headline that says integrity of elections non-negotiable. And the president affirmed that the integrity of Nigerians' elections is non-negotiable and reiterated that INEC must safeguard it. He highlighted the need for continuous reform of the electoral system, using the Anambra election as a benchmark. While this matter strengthening the message of non-negotiable integrity signals that past criticism of compromised integrity are on the radar, and that the government is under public pressure to deliver meaningful improvements. Mr. Ocha, I would like to know your thoughts on this headline from the Vanguard.
Yes, this headline from the Vanguard equally aligns with that of the Nation. You understand, looking at the Vanguard headline, talking about integrity of our elections being non-negotiable according to the new INEC chairman, based on the mandate that's been given to him by Mr. President. It's heartwarming to hear these comments, you understand. And when you ask my thoughts on this, maybe I can categorically tell you that talk is cheap. I want to see this talk materialize. Let it not be talks. Talks is cheap. Let me see them walk the talk. I want to see Amupita, Professor Josh Ojo Amupita, and walk the talk. Yes, talk is cheap, and we've witnessed that. If I go back in time to mention INEC chairman starting from 1999, for example, during the era of Honorable Justice Ephraim Apata, going to Ebel Gubodia. From Gubodia, we went to Maurice Iwu, and I can tell you about Atahiru Jega, and from Atahiru Jega to the immediate past INEC chairman, Mahmoud Yakub, who is the longest serving INEC chairman. We've always seen and heard talks, which is why I tell you that talk is cheap. Each and every one of them that I've mentioned over this period of time, have they all delivered on their mandate of giving this nation a credible election? You know, I go back to Maurice Iwu. A lot of people wouldn't want to hear this, but the era of Maurice Iwu, for me, is the worst era in our electioneering seasons in this nation. That was when thuggery became prevalent in our election. That was when a lot of issues, courts deciding our elections now came into be as heightened during the era of Tahiru Jaga and Mahmoud Yakub, where the courts now became the electorate and not the people. And if this new INEC chairman can steer this nation away from this era of courts deciding our elections, then I would give him kudos that he has excelled on his mandate if he can move us away from that. Because as at this time, I can speak categorically anywhere in this nation that the power to elect in Nigeria no longer resides with the people. Rather, it resides in our courts. It resides on politicians who have the capacity to turn judges in their favor and with the financial muscle to prosecute and a court's electoral issues, to pursue electoral issues in courts. So when I tell you that yes, the mandate, the power to elect no longer resides with people of Nigeria, go back and check the percentage of elections being decided in the courts. You will see that over time, from 2007, for example, to date, there is a point where elections are being decided up to 85% from the courts, and that is not normal. I've not seen that happen in any clime in the world. Yes, we pride ourselves in practicing democracy and copying from the United States of America, for example. I've not seen, in as much I keep on studying the United States of American electoral processes, I've not seen the courts deciding on election matters to this scale. You've seen in Nigeria where the courts decide up to 85%. Whichever INEC chairman that has tried was being able to bring it up to 55% or thereabouts. And this is not the case. We shouldn't even be up to 10% in our case. In our climb, we've seen someone that came fourth, declared fourth by INEC, coming to be first in that very election. Let me cite the case in Imo State, for example. What happened? The present governor came fourth in that election, but today he is the governor. Move across our states, you will see the same scenario playing out. And that should be the focal point why I speak about electoral reforms. And if Mr. President will go a little bit forward beyond the appointment, and Professor Josh Ojoamupitan who will go beyond rhetoric to see it to it that we'll have electoral reforms where the generality of the masses of Nigerians go out and vote and let their vote count. That would be very good. If we will move away from the period of Mahmoud Yakub, where we saw 4 electoral results, where you will see 1 in the IRF, you will see 1 at the polling unit, then a different one will be announced and a different one will be presented in court. If Professor Josh Amuitan could move us away from this period to a new era, then I would clap for him. But I can tell you categorically, like I did mention, that talk is cheap. And when he steps into that seat, he will see that the INEC has been bedeviled by a lot of demons, that he has walked into a thankless job. Yes, a lot of people that have sent him to that place will be the ones to undermine him. And I can say categorically, let his case not be the case of the proverbial child that has been sent on an errand by an adult, and the same adult goes to put roadblocks on the child's way from delivering results from that errand. So, like Professor Josh Amupita will discover that every commissioner, almost all the staff at INEC, have the backing of one politician or the other. They report back to one politician or the other. Soon he will discover that whatever he has for breakfast will be reported to politicians. They will be in the know of it. The earlier for him to be courageous and know that yes, he has walked into a thankless job, that he should live up to that integrity to which he holds dear, for which we were told that he has been known for from the University of Jos, where he is a deputy vice chancellor. Getting into this position, the integrity of which Mr. President said that that's why he appointed him, and equally for being apolitical. Then this time around, let's see that he would equally be apolitical. Listening to him while he was talking, he was saying that his being appointed is a divine call to service. Then let him live up to it and see that we'll see various reforms that would culminate to changes in our nation. And people want to see Anambra as a test case for him, in as much as, yes, I want to see things happen differently in Anambra State. I, for one, wouldn't want to judge Professor Mopitan with what happens in Anambra State, though he has pledged to Nigerians and the people of Anambra State that he will see to it that they will have a credible, violent-free election. But let's hope that he lives up to it. Let's hope that at the end of the day, we see the reforms. And like I did mention, I won't judge him with Anambra, but I pray that we'll have a credible process in Anambra in 2 weeks' time. And I pray for Mr. George, though I'm not a praying person, I do not, but this time around, I will keep praying for the sake of Nigeria, for the sake of Nigerians, and for the sake of our children unborn, that he would deliver on this very mandate and give Nigerians a credible, reliable, transparent, non-violent, free and fair election.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for that. Now I'll be moving over to our next paper, our last paper for today, coming from the Guardian headline that says, Kano sacks Lego team opts to represent self in court. And the detained leader Nnamdi Kanu has made a decisive move to terminate his existing legal representation and intend to represent himself in his ongoing court proceedings. The change comes amid concerns raised by his former defense team that his continued detention is hampering the preparation of his defense and the fairness of the trial process. Mr. Uche, I would like to know your take on this headline.
Okay, Debbie, my take on this very headline will be a repetition of what I said about this same issue either yesterday or day before yesterday. Yeah. And I want to start on that premise. And I keep on advising and saying, in as much as we want to, yes, we want to see offenders in Nigeria. If anybody in Nigeria has committed a crime, let him face the law. Yeah. But in this case, that's different. And I would say boldly that they can never achieve a legal compromise or see justice done or settle this matter legally. I said that the other day. You will never see this issue resolved legally because there are a lot of hitches, in my belief. A lot of things has happened to hamper justice. Because justice is not just delivery of justice, but justice when delivered should be seen to have been done. And in this case, a lot of questions have arisen from the handling of this issue. And speaking to that, I did call on Mr. President to find a political solution to this issue. Yeah. And as I'm speaking to you, a lot of things are beginning to come to my attention. For example, before I dive into this very issue, I listened to Honorable Onyegocha, you understand, speaking to this matter, and you begin to see that this trial, many has called persecution, is now tilting towards an ethnic fight. As the respected Honorable did mention, that it now brought my attention that the Attorney General of the Federation who is spearheading this trial is a Yoruba man, that Justice James Omotosho, who is the one presiding this matter this time around, is a Yoruba man. Then what now comes to your mind? According to him, that Nnamdi Kanu cannot find justice before this very court. Okay. And if an honorable or respectable honorable of Igbo extraction, respected in Nigeria, is now towing this line of argument, then what does that tell you? That whatever outcome from this case would be questioned and would be challenged. And I say that on the premise of the fact that a court of competent jurisdiction has delved into this matter and found this man and discharged him, found him not guilty and discharged and acquitted him of this matter, only for us to see the Supreme Court now start handling this issue. Now remember that whatever Nnamdi Kanu has done is in response to the order of Justice James Omotosho on around, that should be on the 16th. Yes, the court order on the 16th for him to file a defense, and he's been given 5 days to file his defense. The Federation, the prosecutors, used about more than 90 days. This case has been for over 10 years. They've been prosecuting this issue, and you are giving this man 5 days to file a defense. Where does that happen? How do you expect him to get to mount a defense that will be seen to be enough to represent his interests against a challenge, a court proceeding that has been raging for over 10 years now? Now, having said that, he has in turn given a defense, ordered the court to call some people in to be witness to this issue. We saw the list, the very people yesterday, and going by that list still verifies what I said, that you cannot find a legal solution to this crisis, that it can only be solved through a political solution where the president has to sit down, let them have a conversation, and then see to it that this issue is led to rest. Now that the generality of Nigerians are beginning to protest for his release, I can categorically tell you that this may not be the last protest you will see. Despite the number of people that will be arrested or have been arrested, that may not be the least. So the earlier we settle this issue amicably, the better. Then speaking to Nnamdi Kanu sacking his lawyers, or his lawyers withdrawing from that, I listened to the very respected lawyer, Kanu Agadi, saying that yes, they were in court yesterday in respect to the judge and to Nnamdi Kanu, and that they've been debriefed to hands off the case. Nnamdi Kanu now taking over his case in this matter, in this line. He has the right, and I believe he's intelligent and learned enough to toe that line. And what have we seen? Because there has been a lot of issues, like I did mention, talking about him not having doable access to, interact with his lawyers without being monitored by the states. Now the court now requested that the interaction with his lawyers happens in court premises, and the same court that we are talking about is equally wired like the offices of the DSS. Somebody could be listening in. If it's only the judge, because we have seen cameras in this court, we've seen recording materials, electronic devices in this very court, and if it's only the judge, if it is channeled only to the judge's office, then what if the judge is dropping to their conversation? So Nnamdi Kanu taking over his case gives him the right to determine the course of action he wants to take, and then speaking to the time frame that he was given to file his defense, 5 days. I can tell you that with this action, Nnamdi Kanu will first of all have to read responses from his lawyers, brief his lawyers, and before he could equally begin to mount his own defense. And like I did say, that would take more than 5 days. And again, given by the number of people that has been summoned to look into this matter. And I would conclude by what I said earlier on, that we cannot solve this issue legally. It can only be solved through political consultation, political compromise. It is a nation where we've dialogued with terrorists. This is a nation where we've integrated terrorists into our security forces. Then, why not sit down and dialogue with a peaceful freedom fighter?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Uche. And that's a wrap on today's newspaper review. And please do not forget that you can grab your physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the e-paper online for more broader information from any of today's newspaper. And also, we'll be right back shortly.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now today, let's take a look at the celebration we have for today, being 24th October 2025. And today we have the World Polio Day. World Polio Day brings global attention to a disease that once paralyzed countless children. Polio, a virus that can cause permanent disability, has seen a dramatic decline thanks to widespread vaccination efforts. And World Polio Day is observed every year on October 4th to raise awareness about the global efforts to eradicate poliomyelitis, which is polio, a highly infectious viral disease that mainly affects young children and can cause paralysis or even death. And the history of this day: World Polio Day was established by Rotary International in honor of Dr. Jonas Salk, the American virologist who led the team that developed the first successful polio vaccine in 1955. His work paved the way for the near eradication of this disease worldwide. And the aim of the day is to raise awareness about the achievements of this day. So thanks to worldwide vaccination programs led by the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, GPEI, a partnership between the World Health Organization, WHO, and UNICEF, Rotary International, and others, polio cases have dropped by over 99% since 1988. Today, polio remains endemic in only 2 countries, which are the Afghanistan and Pakistan. Millions of volunteers continue to deliver vaccines even in remote and conflict-affected regions. And how this day is being celebrated or observed is through health awareness campaigns and vaccination drives organized globally. Educational programs are held in schools and communities to inform people about polio prevention. Lighting landmarks in red and yellow Rotary's colors symbolizes commitment to ending polio. And online events and fundraisers help support eradication efforts. And each year has a theme that highlights a specific focus. And the 2024 theme was Together We End Polio, emphasizing unity in the final push for eradication. The 2025 theme is expected to continue this momentum towards a polio-free future. So World Polio Day reminds us that polio is preventable, and with continued global cooperation, we can make its history forever. And we also have today's celebration, which is the World Development Information Day. And also from today, 24th October to 31st October, is Global Media and Information Literacy Week.
All right, and still in the mood of celebration, yesterday was the birthday of our host one, Deborah Nwakoba, and we enjoy you to watch with us how the
every time you have to say like I'm never about like this show like every manager. The manager.
If my praise is a weapon, it's more than a sound. Oh, my
still happy birthday to Deborah Wakoba, host one, and thanks to you, manager, Mr. Chibike China, for the celebration yesterday.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, and wish you many more years ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you very much, every member of Aneke TV. I am really grateful for yesterday and for putting smiles on my face throughout the day, and especially the surprise cake or the surprise celebration. Thank you very much, and please don't forget to follow us on Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. It's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. I am Deborah Wakoba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Stay informed and keep watching Aneke TV.
Yeah.
To come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
Oja is a traditional Igbo wind wooden music instrument, often referred to as a talking flute, because of its ability to mimic speech patterns and convey messages. There are various types of Oja, differentiated by their pitch and functions. Oja Mmanwu, Oja Okolobia, Oja Igede, and Oja Ukwe, the singing flute. Each holds a specific cultural significance. The Oja typically has 4 holes, 2 on opposite sides for the fingers, a mouthpiece that leads to the hollow inner chamber, and a terminal hole, similar in size to the finger hole. Oja is one of the prominent indigenous music instruments of the Igbo people. It is considered a spiritual instrument capable of captivating listeners and even influencing their actions. It has keys just like the keyboard, produces lyrical melodies,
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
ekele m ọ ji wụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwụrụ ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọbụla mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya abịa n'ọnọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-enwe
na be anyị amechi na ọbụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adịmma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa ute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha Bob the mellow woman, Gushela Eke, Gushio, Gushion Po, Merk Dobana, Nagari, Nacha Hageri, Mel woman, Nanduso Zoto, Nupopalozo, Negamuzo Poloto, Soluki, you would you weld, Chupun Nice, Kai War Gia, Tata Nde, Udo, Northern Agamni, Codola Emma, Lewin. I never stay lodging. Negotiate ụmụnna okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwunete eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na egbu anụ egbu ọkụkọ.
Good morning and thank you for joining us today on The Insight. Welcome to October of Firestorm, the state of the nation. Today, we'll tackle the preachpay of Nigeria's democracy, from governor swapping parties to the controversial new INEC boss and the ghost of NSAS colliding with fresh protests for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. The foundations of our nation are shifting. We ask, is Nigeria on the road to reform, or we are sinking into the quick firestorm of October? Our guest, Barrister Chukwunonso Ogbe, would help us to unpack and bring in deeper insight on the issues that we raise. Barrister, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
The pleasure is mine.
You're welcome. Now, let's just get straight to it. First of all, let's take a look at the political migrations that is happening all over the Federation. And I want, in your expert opinion, these recent high-profile gubernatorial defections from PDP to APC and from other places to APC, would you say is a genuine realignment for economic development of the states or the country? Or is it just a self-calculated political move for self-preservation ahead of 2027 election?
Anyway, generally, I know as a fact that opposition is a key segment of democracy, because in the absence of a viable opposition, those in the ruling party will be made to believe that all is well with their government and that they're getting it right. In which case, whenever we have a viable opposition in place, the excesses of the ruling party is to a great extent curtailed. Having laid that foundation, I'm able to say that the massive defection being witnessed in our polity is counterproductive. And I think it is being, this line of action is being told by those who are desirous of protecting their political interests as opposed to the interests of their respective followers. I know as a fact that before the current ruling party at the national level took over the mantle of leadership, that the then opposition party, being the now ruling party, played a very critical role in checkmating the perceived excesses of the erstwhile ruling party, being the People's Democratic Party. But today, what we now have is a situation whereby, for reasons best known to some highly placed political office holders, they are not courageous enough to sit back and play the crucial, fundamental role of opposition politics for the betterment of the society at large. And it is definitely having an adverse effect on governance in our nation.
Okay, it's having an adverse effect on governance on our nation.
Yes.
But there are school of thought that have said that, for example, that their defection is to realign their state to the center. What would you say to that? In terms of resources and their voice being heard more at the center in order to bring in more development to their people.
To the best of my knowledge, Nigeria is a federal nation. And in an ideal situation, we shouldn't even be talking about having a stronger center. We should be talking about having stronger federating units. And in which case, if the reason being put forward by some political office holders for defecting to the ruling party is for the voices of their respective constituents to be heard, I'm able to say that it is not a true reflection of the situation on ground. In our current constitution, we have what we refer to as exclusive legislative list, concurrent legislative list, and interestingly, the residual list. Okay. Now, the various federating units being the states that make up Nigeria enjoy constitutional powers over concurrent and residual list in the Nigerian constitution. In which case, even without having the support of the center, whenever I have a leader who is desirous of delivering the goods leadership-wise, he'll be able to live up to expectation without actually identifying with the center. I am not saying that the leaders of the various federating units should be at loggerheads with the center, because when they are loggerheads with the center, it will also have a retrospective, a retrogressive effect on governance. But basically, I think this has to do with the desire on the part of some political office holders to identify with the ruling party so that their perceived shortcomings will not be used against them as far as politics is concerned. Because there is this belief, and to a great extent, rightly so, that in an environment that whenever there are plans to subvert the will of the people, or whenever a political office holder feels that he doesn't enjoy the normal support of the populace, the best way to navigate such a murky water of politics is to identify with the center, so that the instrumentality of the state will be used in protecting the political interest of the concerned political office holder. When I mean the instrumentality of the state, the armed forces, the electoral umpire in some instances where the possibility of their being compromised is there. So that's what is playing out. On the long run, the citizens are the ones to bear the brunt of bad governance. Because, to the best of my knowledge, if you have a leader who is doing well in his state, for instance, a state governor who is doing well, a lawmaker who is representing his people well, he has no reason to panic, because power actually belongs to the people. The electorates are the repository of power. And in an ideal situation, whoever the electorates decide will govern them will be their leader at the end of the day. I know as a father that I have had some scenarios whereby the will of the electorates was subverted by nefarious-minded fellows. But by and large, if you have a charismatic leader, it's not usually easy, subverting the will of the people whenever such a leader puts himself forward to vie for an elective position. So this strange development wherein we are witnessing mass defection by members of the opposition to the ruling party stems from the fact that some members of these opposition political parties are not sure of themselves, or they have come to terms with the fact that they are not delivering the goods leadership-wise. They know that beyond the praises being showered by sycophants, that they are not attending to the yearnings and aspirations of the masses. And that's why they believe that the best way to secure their positions is to identify with the ruling party, so that they will now resort to the instrumentality of the state in returning to office.
Okay. Now, talking about charismatic leaders and delivering the dividends for their people, these are politicians who would naturally want to win elections to be able to deliver for the benefit of their people. They need to stand election first of all. So do we blame the weak opposition parties for this situation, or do we rather lay the blame on the doorstep of, for example, the defecting governors?
The defecting governors are to blame for the entire thing playing out. Just like what I noted earlier, if you have a governor who has proven his mettle leadership-wise, there is no reason to panic. To the best of my knowledge, the governor of Abia State presently, he's still a member of an opposition political party. And I wouldn't speak for him. I wouldn't know what will happen tomorrow. He may decide to defect to the ruling party tomorrow. But for now, a vast majority of the people of Abia State, from my own personal observation, they are comfortable with him. And that being the case, it will be difficult, let me not say it's impossible, it will be difficult to do anything funny in Abia State come 2027. But if you have a situation whereby, irrespective of maybe the activities of sycophants who may be showering praises on some of these political office holders, if you have a situation whereby these political office holders know that are of a truth, that they are not governing well, that the masses are not comfortable with their style of with their leadership style, they will definitely be compelled, directly or indirectly, to identify with the ruling party so that their political interests will be protected. In a nutshell, if you are doing well as a leader, you have no reason defecting to a ruling to an adverse party, unless there are other cogent reasons that makes it practically or that makes it compelling that you should do the needful. And that's why even constitutionally, going by the provisions of our constitution, it's only when a lawmaker defects to at another political party that he stands the chance of losing his seat. It does not apply to those who occupy executive positions. And that being the case, the same constitution provides that there are some situations whereby a member of a political party who is a lawmaker may defect to another political party without incurring any legal liability. And that's where it becomes expedient for him to do so, taking into consideration the state of health of his political party. So by and large, once you are in a political party that does not suffer any fundamental crisis, then you have no reason defecting to another political party when you are sure you are delivering the goods governance-wise.
All right. Off the script, for example, would you be, hypothetically, would you be surprised to see, now that you mentioned the governor of Abia State, would you be surprised to see perhaps that the governor leaves his party and moves to the ruling party?
It will not come to me as a surprise, considering the fact that the Labour Party is enmeshed in crisis as we speak. Okay. I know that the Nadi Usman and the Abure issue is yet to be settled. The last time the Aneke, the current Aneke chairman, had a meeting with leaders of political parties, I know as a fact that Mr. Julius Abure, represented Labour Party as his leader. And that being the case, if you have a situation whereby a governor is not sure of his position in his political party, chances are that that governor may, on that ground, be tempted to defect to another political party in order to secure his political interest. So on that premise, I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, the governor of Abia State decides to defect to any other political party. And if he should do that presently, I think he will be justified to toe that line of action. Now, the question of the political party he's to identify with is a different issue altogether.
Okay. Now, let's look at the issue of one-party state. With APC now controlling more states and winning off-season elections, even possibly may win Anambra State in 2 weeks' time if care is not taken, I want to ask, is Nigeria becoming a one-party state? Or are we tilting towards becoming a one-party state?
To the best of my knowledge, Nigeria will not become a one-party state. Rather, I envisage that there will be implosion in the ruling party in no distant time, because it is said that politics is a game of interest. Many of those who are defecting to the ruling party are doing that in order to protect their political interest. And by and large, when the chips are down, interests will definitely clash. And in which case, I will not be surprised to have some of to see some of those people who defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress looking for other political platforms where they will achieve their political aspiration. So having said that, what you are witnessing at the moment is what I refer to as a temporal movement of political actors to political platforms that they believe will help secure their political interest. But at the end of the day, it is said that nature will always take care of itself. At the end of the day, the envisaged conflict of interest that will erupt from this political movement that is taking place presently will help see to it that Nigeria will never become a one-party state. If not for any other thing, the various tribal and religious divides in the country will make it to a great extent practically difficult for us to come together under one roof. I know as a fact that there are some of our brothers who are from some parts of the country who are to a great extent not willing to leave the People's Democratic Party, which is, to the best of my knowledge, the major opposition political party in the country at the moment. And with time, you may still have some realignment of interest here and there. And the strength of the opposition, the nature or the viability of the opposition we are to have is a different issue altogether. But having Nigeria operate under a one-party system, to the best of my knowledge, for now, it will not be possible for it to happen. We may have a depleted opposition strength, but having the entire society operate under one political banner, or to a great extent under one political banner, is something that is practically impossible. In theory, de facto, it may be in existence, but in reality, in law, it will not be in existence. In which case, we may have those who are in political party A, whereas their political souls will be in party B. Okay. But in reality, having the entire platform, having all political parties operate under one banner, or virtually all political parties operate under one banner, I don't think it is possible at this juncture. Okay. Nothing is impossible, but at this juncture, taking a look at the Nigerian political history, I don't see it happening in the nearest future.
Perhaps politicians being politicians may always want to have another vehicle around.
Definitely.
Okay, but let's continue to look at it. PDP in the Southeast, with this myriad of defections of governors, the PDP has no state in Southeast Nigeria, which has been a stronghold of that party. Given what you've said, do you still see hope for the PDP in Southeast Nigeria?
Definitely. You cannot rule out any political party. Because let's just even raise a hypothetical scenario. What do you think will happen tomorrow if someone like, let's say, Mr. Peter Obi emerges the PDP presidential candidate?
Do you see that scenario?
No, it's possible. Still don't rule that out because, to the best of my knowledge, I think Mr. Peter Obi is still having issues as to the political platform under which he's going to achieve his political aspiration come 2027. Okay. Because we know that, as I said earlier, that the Labour Party is immersed in crisis. And now there is no guarantee that he's going to secure the ADC ticket. And I know that the governor of Bauchi State has once reached out to him, while appealing to him to return to the People's Democratic Party. So we never can tell the nature of political realignment that will take place in 2027. So I just give an example. Even without Mr. Peter Obi's presence, many factors may come to play come 2027 that may change the narrative. We never saw the obedient wave coming in 2023. Before then, Labour Party was just one of the conventional political parties in town. But with the emergence of the obedient wave, the rest is history. So we cannot rule out any political party. You can also not rule out the People's Democratic Party in the Southeast. I know that before the defection of the governor of Enugu State to the ruling All Progressives Congress, that the APC was already in charge of states like Ebonyi State and Imo State. However, you should know that Enugu State occupies a sensitive place in the heart of an Igbo man because Enugu is viewed as the unofficial capital of Igbo land. And from my own assessment, many people are not happy with the defection of the governor of the All Progressives Congress. Okay. So maybe it is not yet Uhuru. So even if other states in the Southeast will be under the control of the ruling All Progressives Congress, I envisage a scenario whereby the PDP will still reclaim Enugu State. I am not a member of the PDP as at today, and I know as a fact that even the PDP as a political party has embarked on some lines of action that even affected my humble self as someone who is involved in politics to a great extent. But we cannot take away the fact that at least that the structure of PDP is formidable in the state. And politicians, being politicians, don't think that those people we saw at Obara Square the other day when the governor defected, you never can tell. They may all not be with him. They may be with him physically, but their souls may not actually be with the governor. They may be with him in order not to attract his reprimand if they should decide to disagree with him openly. But when the chips are down, we'll see how everything will play out in Enugu State.
Barrister, I will revisit this very issue that you just raised. I will revisit it, but let's progress gradually. I want to ask, when will political dominance cross the line into what we may call dictatorship of the majority?
Anyway, that will take place when, even in the absence of any formal opposition, when I mean formal opposition, the existence of an opposition under the banner of a political party, the ruling party views it as being antithetical for the electorate to voice out their displeasure over perceived ills being perpetrated by those in the corridor of power. Okay. In other words, irrespective of the activities of political actors, this challenge will only accrue the moment the powers that be start suppressing the right to freedom of expression, free speech, and when dissenting voices of individuals and concerned citizens are suppressed. But the moment these inherent fundamental rights are being exercised by interested citizens, the moment citizens are being allowed to voice out their displeasure with the ongoing society, irrespective of the activities of politicians, it will be said that democracy is still alive.
Okay.
Because democracy is the government of the people.
Right.
And that's why in some environments we even have provision for independent candidacy, in which case those who think they are popular can come out, project themselves, and vie for political offices.
All right. Now that we're talking about democracy, let's look into INEC. On INEC, with the appointment and confirmation of Professor Josh Ojo Amupitan as the new INEC chairman, what is your view on the prospect of INEC conducting a credible, transparent elections going forward in Nigeria?
I wouldn't like to sound pessimistic, but Professor Amupitan is just an individual.
Okay.
And I know that even an individual, to a great extent, is capable of effecting positive changes in any given sphere. Just like the tempo of governance in any given environment is to a great extent dependent on the actions and inactions of the man in charge.
Okay.
In other words, if in all sincerity Professor Amupitan seeks to ensure that the right thing is done in INEC, that INEC lives up to expectation, we may feel the positive impact. But beyond that, if we should sound realistic, we should appreciate the fact that Professor Amupitan will only be in Abuja. He can embark on intermittent visits of other states in Nigeria during the election season. His policies, to a great extent, may also have far-reaching consequences. But you should know that in the game of politics, that most Nigerian politicians are desperate people. To acquire political power, politicians will always strive to have their way to the detriment of the society. In which case, even if you have a wonderful Professor Amupitan and you have state recs, resident electoral commissioners, who are not willing to do the right thing, they may end up sabotaging any efforts of Professor Amupitan to help see to it that it will have at least a reasonably credible electoral system in place. But by and large, let's sit back and sit and watch how this regime will look like. Let's be positive. Let's give him that benefit of doubt. Okay. In as much as I am not too optimistic that he's going to deliver the goods.
Okay.
Taking a look at the desperation of politicians.
Yes. Okay.
If there's any way that we are to help ensure that the right thing is done in INEC as far as the conduct of election is concerned, the electorates will have very crucial roles to play. Just like what played that in 2023 during the presidential election. Many people were unable to perpetrate sharp practices on that particular day because of the number of persons who came out to exercise their franchise. So there wasn't enough opportunity for people who wanted to indulge in funny practices to have their way. So as far as the conduct of election is concerned, all relevant stakeholders have crucial roles to play in seeing to it that the laws, rules and regulations that govern the conduct of election, that are done in such a way that we meet the yearnings and aspirations of the framers of our constitution as far as the conduct of election is concerned.
Okay. Now, given the optimism that you've expressed about, and then the fact that we have to give benefit of doubt, what is your expectation vis-a-vis a new INEC chairman and an outgone INEC chairman and whatever they've put in place in terms of preparation for the election in Anambra State? I want to get your view on what you would expect in that election.
Being that this, to the best of my knowledge, is the first national assignment that Professor Amupitan is to carry out, I expect him to live up to expectation. Even if he's going to disappoint, he shouldn't embark on a journey that will dwindle the hope of many Nigerians from the word go. Because already many Nigerians are disenchanted with the outcome of the 2023 general election. Many Nigerians are not happy with the so-called technical glitches that we witnessed in that election, and being that the Anambra case is the first national assignment that the prof is to supervise, I expect him to ensure that the provisions of the law on the conduct of the election is carried into force, and that those who are found wanting, that INEC shouldn't be seen shielding them. What do I mean? If you take a look at the runoff election that took place in Anambra State some weeks back, there is this allegation of vote buying leveled against many political actors in the state. Yes, to the best of my knowledge, INEC wasn't directly involved in that act of vote buying, but I envisage a situation whereby, in the course of maybe election disputes being entertained in court on the conduct of the election under the watch of INEC, that INEC should also be seen to be an independent, disinterested third party that will be saddled with the responsibility of seeing to it that justice is done. So the duty of INEC extends both to pre and post-election activities, and I expect the professor to live up to expectations so that at least the people, some people can say, okay, let us be hopeful that 2027 will be better, taking a look at what Prof has been able to do in Anambra State. But if we experience what I refer to as business as usual in the forthcoming election in Anambra State, believe you me that many people will further be disinterested in whatever exercise that may be carried out in 2027 in the name of a conduct of election.
All right. So, give or take, Anambra State, despite how soon it will be a test case for the professor, new Aneke chairman. Okay. From one of our viewers now, I just got a report. One of our viewers would want to know your view on an issue. He wants to know, do you think it's possible that the ruling APC, the ruling party, may compromise the new Aneke chairman? The line of questioning comes from the thought that he who pays the piper will definitely dictate the tune. He's been appointed by a president who himself may and most likely will be a candidate in 2027.
I will not be surprised if that happens, but you should appreciate the fact that in as much as the president has the powers to appoint the electoral boss, yet it is subject to confirmation by the Senate. And the Nigerian lawmakers, they scrutinized the INEC chairman, and they gave him a clean state of health, and his appointment was ratified in accordance with the law. And today he is the head of the electoral body in Nigeria. So, as I said earlier, most politicians are desperate people, especially because of the lucrative nature of political offices in Nigeria. That being the case, even if the president as a person does not want to influence the activities of the INEC chairman, I believe that members of the ruling party, inclusive of those who are not defecting from the opposition party to the ruling party, who maybe believe that their seats are not secured, may be tempted to either compromise the INEC chairman in person or to compromise his lieutenants. So these are some of the issues we normally witness in society. Maybe you may try to have your way in dealing nefariously with the main man. If it doesn't work out, you can now reach out to his foot soldiers. And that's why I noted earlier that you may have an INEC boss who is sincere. You may, he said to prove his method in that regard, but you may have an INEC boss who is willing to do the right thing. The question is this: what about the various resident electoral commissioners who will be in charge of the activities, in the electoral activities to a great extent in their respective states? Are there also people of integrity? Are there those who will be willing to resist the temptation that will emanate from the quarters of those who occupy political offices? These are the questions we have to ask. But as I noted earlier, irrespective of the roles that his lieutenants may play, his own body language, his own actions and inactions will also to a great extent determine how our elections will look like in Nigeria.
All right.
Because those who are under him will be more careful if they discover that he's a no-nonsense person, that he's actually in for something serious. Even if they'll be tempted to do anything wrong, while doing that, they'll be circumspect in the way they go about it, knowing full well that their boss is committed to having a credible electoral system in Nigeria.
Okay, so like our viewers, Aneke should be at least have give benefit of doubt to the professor, the new Aneke chairman, to deliver on his
we should hold him responsible as per his activities.
Okay.
As per his activities.
And not speculate if he will be either compromised by anybody or not.
If he's found wanting
his own activity.
His own way, as far as the activities pertaining to his office is concerned, we will now hold him personally responsible.
Okay. Moving on, let's look at October 20th. October 20th in our nation has become a very significant day, being that the nation saw protests to free Nnamdi Kanu gain momentum. As a lawyer, what's your view, or perhaps your advice to the government on how to resolve this issue?
I think the government of the day is in a better position to address this issue while embracing the political option. Yes, it is said that two wrongs cannot make it right. And if you're talking about justice, equity, and fairness, then we should also talk about equality before the law and equal protection of the law. I will not sit here today and tell you that I encourage any form of illegality. Whether the leader of IPOB has indulged in any unlawful act or not, I wouldn't want to delve much into it. But what I will say is this. Assuming he has done something wrong, we should also look at the political undertone of his activities. And as far as I'm concerned, that's my opinion. Even if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has told some wrong line of actions with adverse consequences, assuming, you should also take a look at the ground, the fertile ground that gave rise to these activities of his. Because under the watch of the late President Muhammadu Buhari, the people of the Southeast geopolitical zone, we are subjected to the highest echelon of political and leadership marginalization. And that particular development watered the ground for the activities of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, having said that, you have to just oppose saying with what was the case when our brothers from the Niger Delta took up arms against the state. On the face of it, it's an offense to take up arms against the state of militancy, irrespective of what your grievances may be. Because if you should follow the process of the law, once there's an allegation that, or once you feel uncomfortable with the happenings in the environment, you are expected to follow due process. You are expected to go to court of law and assert your rights. But the then former president, Musa Yar'Adua, when he assumed office, he took a more fatherly view of the entire picture. And he offered amnesty to those who are aggrieved. So having said that, there should be equality before the law. We have the likes of Sunday Igboho. He also agitated in his own way. And whether his own prima facie legal activity was minor or not, see, immaterial. Just like those who have the Christian fold, they say that all sinners will go to hell, and all those who are righteous will make heaven. So irrespective of the nature of sin committed, whether it's the most grievous sin or the least of sins, once you are a sinner at the point of your departure, according to those of the Christian faith, you will make. What am I trying to say? I think the best way to go about this is to offer a political solution. No individual can be more powerful than the state. However, as a father, there are things you see and you bend backwards in the overall interest of the society, because whether we like it or not, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu commands some level of followership. But that does not mean that because you command some level of followership that you should do whatever you like. No. The point I'm trying to make is this. You should take a look at the circumstances surrounding his actions. Whether his actions were born out of genuine concern, or whether his actions were we are influenced by some nefarious consideration. To a great extent, I wouldn't want to delve into that. The question is this: someone gave room for that to thrive, and for the purpose of ensuring that there is national healing, reconciliation, and for us to move forward, I believe we almost have learnt our lessons. Those of us who are in the Southeast, we even bore, and we are still bearing a great chunk of the negativities that follow this particular development for years. So the government of the day has the powers to offer political settlement. It will not make the government to look weak. Rather, it will strengthen the government the more. It will make the government to be viewed from a more large-hearted perspective. That is my view about the entire. And the Attorney General of the nation can wake up while acting at the behest of the president and enter prosecute. In that case, it has not been said that you are innocent, but at least let bygone be bygone. In our local Igbo parlance, we say whichever one.
What does that mean?
Let bygone be bygone.
Okay.
So okay, no problem. No prosecute. We no longer want to proceed with the prosecution of this case. Go and see no more, at least for the time being.
Okay. Barrister, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe this issue of 20th October.
Hello, I'm Febra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Hello, I'm Febra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world. Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us on The Insight, and we've been talking with Barrister Chukwunonso Ogbe, Enugu-based lawyer, as he wants to be addressed. But Barrister Chukwunonso, thanks for the insight so far, but I'm not letting you go this time. Let's still talk about the October 20th issue. Like I did mention, the 20th October has become significant in Nigerian history, whether we like it or not. Apart from the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest that we saw, the same date, 20th, was the 5th anniversary of the NSAS protest. And I want to know, from your view, would you say that Nigeria has learned some lessons from that protest? Talk about police reforms, talk about uplifting and empowering youths in Nigeria.
Anyway, our political leaders, they are yet to learn their lessons, and because even after the October 20th protest that we refer to as the NSAS protest, we had some Nigerian youths who were killed in an extrajudicial manner when they were asserting their rights. Nothing much has changed on the part of the government in addressing the various ills that bedevil the Nigerian society. There is still excruciating hardship in the land. There is frustration. There is despair. That does not mean that there is no positivity in the land. But it's a well-known fact that there is hyperinflation in the country. Youth unemployment is on the increase. The violation of fundamental rights still remains the order of the day. It has become an unofficial state policy. And no concrete step is being taken by the powers that be, both at the federal and state levels, to address these perceived issues affecting adversely the Nigerian society. And there is this belief that even when the Nigerian people want to cry out, when they want to voice out their frustration with the system, you will now use state machinery in suppressing them. Just like what happened some days back when some persons embarked on the Free Nnamdi Kanu protest. And the government unleashed the instrumentality of the state in coming after those who came out to protest. To the best of my knowledge, never took up arms against the government of the day in the Federal Capital Territory. So we live in a society whereby the government is apprehensive. The government is directly and indirectly beating the masses, yet they don't want the masses to cry. But it doesn't work that way, because there's no way we beat a child and expect the child not to cry. So we've not learned our lessons. Rather, many of those who are in the corridors of power, they believe they will always have their way. They will do whatever they want to do, and that you cannot fight them. But that's not the essence of democracy, because democracy and good governance should be for the people, for the benefit of the people. Whatever you are doing as a leader, and a vast majority of the people are not feeling the impact, the positive impact of your activities, then with due respect, you have failed as a leader, because the essence of governance is to better the lives of the citizens. those who occupy political positions are mere trustees. That is why when people pay taxes to the government, those taxes being paid do not amount to the private money of those who occupy leadership positions in this situation. It's just for you to put together resources for those who act as our trustees to now use those resources in addressing critical segments of society for the betterment of the overall society. But that's not what we are witnessing in Nigeria at the moment. And there is serious anguish and despair in the land. And it's making many people to question the rationale behind having a democratic government in place.
Okay.
That is just it.
Barrister, as an Igbo person, I want to ask, there are those of us who have reservation on Omoyele Sowore leading the protest on 20th October. Do you have any reservation to him leading that protest?
I know some persons have expressed their reservations about Omoyele Sowore leading that protest. But it is said when the desirable is unavailable, that which is available becomes desirable.
Okay.
Now, I wouldn't know the reason behind his coming out to protest or clamor for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It may be fueled by ulterior motive. It may also be fueled by genuine considerations. But irrespective of the motive behind his actions, the question is this: where are Igbo sons and daughters who ordinarily are expected to come out to campaign for their own to be released? So where are they? What made them not to do that? So having failed to live up to expectation, whoever wants to champion that cause, so let it be. So if you are saying that he's being fueled, his actions are being fueled by ulterior motives, those who have genuine motives, they should come forward and campaign for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because if they have done, in fact, this is exactly what also happened, part of what gave rise to this agitation. And whatever wrong Mazi Nnamdi Kanu may have committed, because under the watch of former President Buhari, I know as a fact that there was gross insecurity in the land. The late Mr. Muhammad Buhari never hid his disdain for the people of the Southeast geopolitical zone. And in that case, we have our brothers in the Southwest geopolitical zone. They established Amotekun. But here, our own governors in the Southeast geopolitical zone, they were found wanting. Those who established Ebubago ended up using Ebubago as an instrument of intimidation. So there arose a lacuna, vacuum, and nature abhors vacuum. And then, with the emergence of this vacuum, probably some non-state actors now took over. And that's why it is said that power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Whenever you have in place any system that is not regulated by law, it is to a great extent, chances are that to a great extent it is subjected to abuse.
Okay.
So a leadership vacuum was created.
All right.
Under the watch of former President Muhammad Buhari. As far as South geopolitical zone is concerned, our leaders were found wanting.
Okay.
So in this Showore's issue, our people are also found wanting. I never came out to say release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If I wield any influence, my only two way. Our political office holders didn't come out, didn't make much effort. I know there are some persons, even when former President Buhari was alive, who approached the president telling him, please release this young man. And the president refused. Yet, in the present day Nigeria, it's like most of us have gone back home to sleep. And if he decided to, for reasons best known to him, either for selfish interest or whatever, to clamor for his release, I don't like blowing hot and cold at the same time. I wouldn't like to be a poor man and rich at the same time, even though I reject both negative attributes. It's either you are clamoring for his support, or whoever wants to clamoring for his release, or whoever believes he wants to clamor for his, let the person be.
All right. Now, Barrister, let's come down to Enugu State. The governor of Enugu State recently decamped from PDP to APC. I want to know, what's your view on that?
Anyway, the governor has the legal right to defect to any political party of his choice. Because going by the provisions of the Nigerian Constitution, if an occupier of an executive position defects to another political party, he incurs no legal liability. It is only when the person is a lawmaker that, to a great extent, he can incur legal liability. His seat could be declared vacant, subject to some provisions of the law. On the other hand, I also know that from my personal observation that many people are not happy with the move the governor made by aligning with the ruling party at the center.
Many people?
Yes, from my personal.
Such as
from my interaction with people, let's say 6 out of every 10 individuals, 6 out of every 10 adults that I've interacted with over this issue.
You mean the Enugu? Not politicians?
Not politicians, the Enugu. They are not comfortable. At least maybe on the average, I didn't embark on any empirical observation, but one-on-one interaction. But why I'm not all that, with due respect, holding on to what many people are saying is that there's this strange politics we play in Enugu. Enugu people, we always complain about bad governance or about a political office holder. But when the chiefs are down, when it is time for decision making, you find them singing an entirely different song altogether. We practice what some refer to as Bakokacracy here. Bakokacracy.
How do you describe that?
Bangkok, on the election day, once a political office, an aspiring political office holder purchases enough quantity of well prepared
is a food delicacy.
Food delicacy.
Okay, that will be digested with Coca-Cola.
Exactly. Bakokacracy. So once you distribute these materials, the rest is history. So those who are complaining about Mr. Peter Mba, you may be surprised that at the end of the day, they may still come out to support him. So that's the strange thing about Enugu politics. I speak from experience. Unless they are truly not happy with him. And if they are truly not happy with him, maybe come 2027, the people of the state may speak. But on my own part, I think from the enormity of anger being exhibited and expressed, and disappointment being expressed by people here in Enugu, the governor should better go and prepare for a very serious battle come 2027.
So, should I be right to say perhaps that you're one of the people that believe that is the campaign to APC is a political gamble? And perhaps a suicide?
To a great extent, that's a wrong calculation. That's a wrong step.
Why would you say that, given that PDP itself is in crisis, and one does not know if PDP, given the number of litigations in place, if they will ever hold a national elective convention, and beyond that, if PDP will be a veritable vehicle for anybody to go into any election?
He should have, if his reasons for leaving the People's Democratic Party is because of the perceived challenges the party is facing. I wouldn't like to sound hypothetical, because some people are of the view that he should have stayed back to resolve any dispute, any internal wranglings in the PDP. So I wouldn't want to sound sanctimonious and hypothetical. But assuming he does not have that political wherewithal to address the challenges facing the PDP, I think he should have looked for any other political platform, not being the ruling All Progressives Congress. Because personally, I don't have anything against the ruling All Progressives Congress, because we have good and bad people in all political parties. We have good people who are members of the ruling All Progressives Congress. We also have bad people there, even though the policies of this government or of this party may be affecting many Nigerians. Likewise, in the People's Democratic Party and all other political parties, we have good and bad people. But there is this reservation, from my own observation, that many people in Enugu State here have about the ruling All Progressives Congress. And Enugu is the unofficial capital of Igbo land. And some have said that even if other states in the southeast should be under the control of APC, it shouldn't be Enugu State. And many people are viewing the governance movement to the APC as an indirect defeat of the Igbo race. In fact, they see it as a political sellout, that he handed over the Igbo people to our enemies. That's the way they are viewing it. And one of the highest mistakes you can make as a man in life is to underrate your fellow man, no matter how weak that man may appear. Because Enugu people are seen as people who are politically docile, but you never can tell. Because even when you push a goat to the wall, the goat will kick.
But Barrister, come to think of it, the PDP that we'll talk about have not been fair to the Easterners. They've never for once been that every region has occupied that very seat. And in all fairness, one expected that as of 2023, they would microzone the ticket to the southeast. They never did. This time around, they zoned it to the south, and they did microzone it to the southeast. So one can categorically argue that even the PDP has not been fair to the Easterners.
Yes, the truth is that the PDP, in all sincerity, has not been fair to the southeast geopolitical zone. But that does not mean that the PDP has gotten it all wrong. And again, when I look at some persons who are agitating or who are asserting that the PDP has not been fair, the likes of the FCT minister, with due respect, I may be able to say that he's being hypocritical, because he vied for the office of the president in 2023. If you're talking about equity and justice and fairness, he shouldn't have vied for that particular position in the PDP, because it should have been zoned to the southeast geopolitical zone. But we saw how he even worked against Mr. Peter Obi, who is of the den of the PDP from the South to political zone. So Mr. Wike was more interested in projecting his own selfish political agenda, which is within the ambit of his right to do that. So if you are talking about being fair to the people of the Southeast or not, I agree. The PDP has not been fair. But notwithstanding, in terms of politics, the PDP to a great extent has also been able to uplift politically many people from the Southeast geopolitical zone under the watch of the PDP, especially when former President Goodluck Jonathan was in power. We saw many Nigerians of the Southeast geopolitical zone who occupied high-ranking leadership positions. I know that does not automatically translate into enjoying dividends of democracy, yet we are given this sense of belonging under the watch of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Likewise, the same thing happened under the watch of former President Olusegun Obasanjo. So in that regard, politically speaking, PDP gave the people of the Southeast geopolitical zone this political relevance in national politics. Again, I also ask those who are complaining about the PDP, like the governor of Enugu State, so why didn't you resign? Why didn't you maybe do away with your ticket when you emerged the PDP governorship candidate in 2020 for the 2023 general election? And you now discover that the PDP didn't zone its presidential ticket to the Southeast. You have said because of this act of injustice done to the people of Southeast, I am hereby, withdrawing from this contest. You never did that. You ran under the platform of PDP, and you became a governor under the platform of the same political party, only for you to now turn back to tell us that why you left this party is because the party has not been fair to the people. Likewise, there are many of his colleagues who also moved over to the ruling pro. So if you want to defect, it's your right to do that. The PDP, in all sincerity, as I said, has not been totally fair to the people of the Southeast, but not those who are part of the complicity, for reasons best known to them, are now trying to protect their and project their selfish political interests, which they're entitled to. If you are doing that, good and fine. PDP may decide to sort itself out tomorrow. And that's why I earlier mentioned Mr. Peter Obi. I don't have any privileged information, but what if the PDP decides to correct any wrong they may have done against the people of the Southeast in the time past? Apart from that, beyond whatever PDP may have done to the people of the Southeast, let's even look at the ruling All Progressives Congress. Has the ruling APC also been fair to the people of the Southeast? The answer is no. We now have a political party which we refer to as a political party that ordinarily is seen as the political party of the people of the Southeast, being the All Progressives Grand Alliance. You now ask yourself, how has APGA as a political party, how far has APGA as a political party gone in projecting the political and leadership interest of the people of the Southeast? I wouldn't want to comment much about APGA. I wouldn't want to comment, but I may both say that APGA has also not lived up to expectation in that regard. Okay. So it's neither here nor there. Right, what we have is an army of politicians and political office holders who are much more interested in projecting their selfish political interests.
All right. Still bringing it home. Barrister, I want to talk about the benefits of this defection to the Enugu, if you see any.
I don't think there's any benefit.
The governor said it will realign Enugu State to the center.
It will realign the governor.
Being the opposition.
It will realign the governor to the center, not the Enugu people. So that whatever he's doing to Enugu people, he will now enjoy more protection. Like his policies, his harsh policies, now that he's in the ruling party, he will now enjoy federal support. So it's going to benefit the governor the more. So his harsh policies that are adversely affecting the people, he will now believe that if you want to oppose him, there's this instrumentality of the state now at his disposal that he's coming after you if he wants to do that. So it's for the benefit of the governor, not for the benefit of Enugu State.
All right. In summary, before I let you go, I want to know, what's your assessment of the government led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? In a nutshell, what's your assessment? Talk about in terms of security, talk about national unity and growth. Just in summary.
In summary, what I will say is that the government of President Bola Tinubu is just a conventional government. The government doesn't inspire.
The government doesn't inspire.
It's a conventional government.
What does that mean?
Just business as usual. You cannot say this is an exceptional government. This is a government that came on board and embarked on radical measures to reduce poverty in Nigeria. You can't talk about that. You cannot say this is a government that came on board and said, look, because of the harsh realities in the country, I have to do away with the number of persons in my cabinet. I have to embark on proactive policies that will make Nigerians to believe that, even though that the days may not be rosy, but we have a sincere president, a president who is tirelessly working towards having a better Nigeria. It's business as usual. That's what we're having under the watch of President Bola Tinubu. There's nothing special, nothing unique, nothing spectacular about his government.
All right, that's Barrister Chukwunoso Ogbe, Enugu-based lawyer, giving us deep insight on the October of firestorms, the state of the nation. He has given us enough reasons to not to be apprehensive, but to be optimistic going forward. He has x-rayed the issue ranging from political migrations to the appointment of new INEC chairman, talk about the protests that we've witnessed and national issues. Barrister Ogbe, thank you so much for coming. It's been a deep insight.
My pleasure.
Thank you. And to you, our viewers, remember, as is the norm on the Insight, that your views matter. Follow Austin and tag us with your views with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and X. Till we come your way, same time next week. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe igwe
obodo lo kwa ebe nwa ya ji
ai ba mo pe na ga mo
le mau
na mo ba ye yo ko asara ko ba ai wa si na ya ko na lu ba bi sane ya Amazon asi mo ni bebe bebe si ma ye ya bia ita bu ko ta ko ya ni ma na ta ni ma da ko na ala ma ba Nasi mama jumade ya abuba jugam de dikawa fe chabu badashia Badi ruma bakwi ya ri de be da ba da ni ga ne be ne iri bidaru kun ta bu alu Amashu nasi mama wa ni wa Hello wa tu da fe bashu Asimu biko ye weli weli. Yedi man adobada ye. Hatude abada ka ye loshisi. Mama showaga bona wuti ye. Asimu mama shogwendo chana wakali bode. Ana awu na bada awu biko bida na bada. Ibeji ma oblama ma wa ma sho. Okay, God, I don't give a lot. If I'm going to get this, I can't go be. Hey, no, no.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakoba, glad to have you joining us. Now to the news headlines. House of Reps move to limit presidential control over EFCC. NAPTIP trains Kwara teachers to curb human trafficking. Lagos First Lady inspires students at career development event. Kebbi Police disbursed 33.8 million naira to families of fallen officers. Imo State launches drive to boost tourism development. Enugu projects 1 trillion naira budget target for 2026 fiscal year. Abia Court stockish investors ahead of investment summit. Davido meets French President. Now to the details of the news. The House of Representatives has advanced a landmark bill seeking to reduce presidential control over the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, and grant the agency greater autonomy. The bill, sponsored by Yusuf Gagdi of Plateau State, aims to amend the EFCC Act 2004 to make the agency more transparent and independent. One of the major provisions of the proposed law requires that any attempt by a sitting president to remove the EFCC chairman must first receive approval from the National Assembly. Lawmakers say the reform will protect the Commission from political interference and strengthen Nigeria's anti-corruption system. Gagdi explained that the amendment is also designed to help the EFCC respond to emerging global threats such as cybercrime, cryptocurrency fraud, and terrorism financing. The bill has passed second reading and has been referred to the Committee on Financial Crimes for further legislative action. And from the fight against corruption to the fight against human trafficking, the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, has launched a new program aimed at empowering teachers in Kwara State to combat human trafficking and irregular migration. The initiative was unveiled in Ilorin by agency state commander Mustafa Ajara. Ajara said the campaign, implemented in partnership with the Media Campaign Against Human Trafficking and the Shared Foundation, will train teachers to identify and report trafficking-related activities within their schools and communities. The program is part of a nationwide awareness drive targeting young people between 13 and 18 years and will also extend to Benue and Nasarawa states, strengthening grassroots vigilance and preventive education. Still on education and youth empowerment, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, has urged students to embrace discipline, diligence and good character as the foundation for long-term success. She gave the advice during the Promosido Nigerians Harness Your Dream Career Guidance Program held in Lagos. Dr. Sanwo-Olu told the students that education remains the most powerful tool for achieving personal and national transformation. She encouraged them to pursue their dreams with hard work and positive values. She also commended Promosido Nigeria for supporting youth development through mentorship and career education, noting that the initiative aligns with the Lagos State government's vision of equipping young people for leadership and economic empowerment. And in another show of support, this time for security families, in Kebbi State, the families of 50 police officers who died in active service have received checks totaling 33.8 million naira under the Group Life Assurance and IGP Family Welfare schemes. The checks were presented at the Police Command Headquarters in Benin, Kebbi. Commissioner of Police Bello Sani, who represented the Inspector General of Police Kayode Ebetokun, said the gesture reflects the IGP's commitment to supporting families of fallen heroes and boosting morale among officers. One of the beneficiaries, Sonen Mome, expressed gratitude to the police leadership and pledged to use the funds responsibly to support the late officer's dependents. Meanwhile, back in Enugu, residents are being reminded to play their part in maintaining a cleaner environment. The Enugu State Waste Management Authority, ESWAMA, has announced that this month's cleanup exercise will hold on Saturday, October 25th between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. Movement will be restricted except for those on essential duties with valid identification. The agencies warns that offenders will face prosecution by the Environmental Mobile Court and that all early morning sporting and commercial activities are to be suspended during the exercise. ESWAMA further reminded residents that enforcement against illegal dumping of refuse and disposal outside approved hours is ongoing. Residents advised to pay the sanitation rates to avoid penalties. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. House of Reps moves to limit presidential control over EFCC. NAPTIP trains Kwara teachers to curb human trafficking. Lagos First Lady inspires students at career development event. Kebbi Police disbursed 33.8 million naira to families of fallen officers. And coming up shortly, Imo State launches drive to boost tourism development. Enugu projects 1 trillion naira budget target for 2026 fiscal year. Davido meets French President Macron in Paris. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Imo State is fast emerging as Nigeria's new hub for tourism and creative enterprise. The Commissioner for Tourism, Jerry Egemba, made this known during the 2025 World Tourism Day celebration in Owerri. Egemba highlighted the state's infrastructural and cultural projects under Governor Hope Uzodinma, describing them as key to transforming Imo into a leisure and investment destination. He also announced plans for the Nworie Otamiri Recreational Facility, a signature project aimed at boosting tourism, revenue, and community development. And from tourism to economic planning. Enugu State is setting an ambitious 1 trillion naira budget target for the 2026 as part of Governor Peter Mbah's vision to build a $30 billion economy. The proposal was unveiled at the State Budget Consultative Forum in Enugu. Commissioner for Budget and Planning, Chris Robert Ozongo, said the new budget will focus on infrastructure, security and investment-driven growth, building on the 971 billion naira 2025 plan. Stakeholders praised the governor's inclusive approach, expressing optimism that the 2020 plan will consolidate Enugu's transformation into a major investment hub. And still in business and infrastructure development, aviation experts and Jet A1 marketers are urging the federal government to repair the 98-kilometer pipeline supplying aviation fuel to the Murtala Mohammed Airport in Lagos, which has been shut since 1992. Experts say reopening it will ease traffic congestion, reduce accidents and emissions, and cut aviation fuel costs. They argue that continued reliance on fuel trucks drives up airline expenses and safety risks. At a colloquium in Lagos, CIT Energy's Dr. Thomas Ogunbagbe and Ndano Energy's Chris Ndulwe also called for tighter fuel quality controls and streamlined regulation to improve efficiency and safety in the sector. And in related development, the federal government says it is deepening its partnership with the Islamic Development Bank to fast-track key road and bridge projects across the country. Minister of Works David Umahi, who announced this in Abuja, said the initiative aligns with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, which prioritizes infrastructure as a key driver of growth and job creation. The Islamic Development Bank delegation, led by Ibrahim Shauliv, commended Nigeria's reforms and pledged sustained support. Both parties also agreed to establish a joint technical team to ensure transparency and timely delivery. Meanwhile, Abia State is seeking new investment frontiers. The Abia State government has called on Turkish and international investors to take advantage of its economic opportunities ahead of the Abia-Turkey Investment Summit, scheduled for November 25th to 27th in Umuahia. Special Advisor on Investment Jerome Green Aneke said the event will showcase Abia's strengths in manufacturing, agriculture, textiles, and leather works. President of the Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Emeka Obegolu, said the summit will strengthen trade ties between Nigeria and Turkey and promote the Buy Africa, Build Africa initiative. And still in the business world, the nation's cocoa farmers are seeking government intervention. President of the Cocoa Farmers Association of Nigeria, Adeola Adegoke, has called on the federal government to revive and fund the National Cocoa Management Board to rejuvenate the sector. He said poor coordination among agencies has weakened cocoa production and competitiveness, but with proper investment, Nigeria could raise output to 500,000 metric tons within 2 years. Adegoke urged authorities to focus on regulation, farmer support, and sustainable practices to eliminate deforestation and child labor in cocoa communities. Now moving over to sports. Boxing promoter Eddie Hearn has confirmed that British-Nigerian heavyweight Anthony Joshua will return to the ring in February 2025, not December as earlier speculated. He said Joshua is focused on recovery and training, with talks on the way for a potential showdown with Tyson Fury, possibly promoted by Turki Al-Sheikh. Now to entertainment. Afrobeat superstar Davido has met with French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris, in what he described as an honor and an inspiration. The Grammy-nominated artist discussed creative collaborations and youth empowerment, with President Macron praising his global influence and reaffirming France's commitment to Africa's creative industries. And now to air news across the country, here are the main points. Experts urge the federal government to reopen the Lagos airport fuel pipeline. House of Representatives seek to call presidential control over the EFCC. Federal government partners the Islamic Development Bank to fast-track road projects. NAPTIP trains Kwara teachers to tackle human trafficking. Lagos State First Lady inspires students at a career event. Kebbi Police disbursed 33.8 million naira to families of fallen officers. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer Chidima Sogwa and the entire news team, I'm Deborah Wakaba, thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Aneke Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeanyi.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele m. Ọjụ kwara ihe eji agọ ndụ. Ndụ a na-atọka. Onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ. Ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma. Ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya. Na-elufuta nwere ya. Ịmara na nsogbu rere. Ya olise bụ anyị na-ekele gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ n'ọchịchị anyị na-ekele gị. Na-ekele gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ gị maka eme echi anya ma mara. Na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ. Na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie dipụtara anyị na-ere nke
Ogene is a metal bell historically made by the Igbo people and considered as one of the most important metal instruments in Igbo traditional music. When struck with a wooden stick, it produces a sharp resonant tone. It is a symbol of Igbo identity and heritage, passed down through generations. Ogene acts as a rhythmic instrument, a melodic device, a means of communication, and also used in divination and spiritual rituals. It provides the rhythmic backbone, often setting the tempo and pace for other instruments and dancers. Ogene comes in different shapes and sizes. The single bell ogene, the double-belled ogene, ogene mpenabo, with each producing different sounds. The triple-shaped ogene, ogene mpe ato, each also producing different sounds. In an ogene cultural dance group, the vocal style is often distinguished by its main vocalist, with multiple singers singing in harmony with each. Oja is a traditional Igbo wind wooden music instrument, often referred to as a talking flute, because of its ability to mimic speech patterns and convey messages. There are various types of Oja, differentiated by their pitch and functions. Oja Mmanwu, Oja Okolobia, Oja Igede, and Oja Ukwe, the singing flute. Each holds a specific cultural significance. The Oja typically has 4 holes, 2 on opposite sides for the fingers, a mouthpiece that leads to the hollow inner chamber, and a terminal hole, similar in size to the finger hole. Oja is one of the prominent indigenous music instruments of the Igbo people. It is considered a spiritual instrument capable of captivating listeners and even influencing their actions. It has keys just like the keyboard, produces lyrical melodies,
This is the TGIF edition of the Extra Time on Aneke TV. And, this is the moment we bring you everything that is going to happen in the world of sports as it concerns, the weekend. And the weekend is usually the best part of the week for sports lovers because there will be games across different leagues and games across different sports. And today we are going to touch deeply into everything that's been happening in Nigerian sports as it concerns the Nigerian National Sports Council, that's the NSC. Now, the federal elections of the NSC will be held in Abuja for the different federations of sports today. And Malam Shehu Diko will be handling that one. Also, the NSC DG Bukola Olopade has congratulated Nigeria as the Green Falcons face Fiji in the World Cup finals. Now, let's also tell you that the Rivers Hoopers, this time in basketball, they are now eyeing a third straight NBPL title. Coach Odaudu once against complacency. And then we also remind you that the NBA, that's the National Basketball Association, that's talking about the USA. The NBA finally is back. We'll give you a rundown of the results from the NBA as they have even probed a player and a coach. And then to football, we'll tell you that the Nigerian women national team, that's the Super Falcons, they will be playing a game today against Benin Republic. And also in boxing, Parker wants Wadley, saying to him, "I will smash you." And also in tennis, we're going to check out what Saudi Arabia is trying to do in the world of tennis as we have a fully packaged program today on the Extra Time. My name is Kelechi Naji, and this is to welcome you on this very special edition of the Extra Time. We call it the TGIF edition. And let's go straight to the Federation elections as we tell you that stakeholders in Nigeria sports will today gather at the MKO Abiola Stadium, Abuja, to elect executive board members of the various sports associations who will run their association for the next 4 years. You remember there's been a lot of complaints recently from different federations about the involvement of the NSC in their federations, but now elections will happen so that every federation will have their own leadership. The election will be heralded by the zonal and various affiliate bodies, and bodies are posed before the members gather to choose the principal officers. The timeline provided for the two-stage electoral process with zonal elections serving as preliminaries to determine candidates who will proceed to the national elections. Now, according to the National Sports Commission guidelines, the elections aim to uphold transparency, accountability, and good governance across Nigeria sports federations. In line with international best practices, the process will be supervised by the NSC with the Nigerian Olympic Committee as the NOC serving as an independent observer to ensure credibility and transparency. And the electoral framework includes detailed procedures covering board composition, eligibility criteria, electoral regulations, petitions, appeals, and inauguration protocols. All the federations are expected to elect their leaders today, except for the Athletics Federation of Nigeria, which conducted their elections early this year, and the Nigerian Basketball Federation, that's the NBBF, which polls will hold next year. Now, from the federation elections, let's go straight to rugby. I know you'll be wondering, does Nigeria play rugby? Yes, we do. The Director General of the National Sports Commission, that's the NSC, Honorable Bukola Olopade, has congratulated the Nigerian Women's National Rugby League team, the Green Falcons, for their historic win over Ireland to book a place in the finals of the IRL Women's World Series in Canada. The Nigerian team, led by coach Bolu Fagborun, showed total resilience and defensive prowess to defeat the Irish team 10-0 in the semi-finals on Tuesday at the Terry Fox Stadium. While specifically commending the management and leadership of the league for their hard-fought win behind it. This is the latest milestone in Nigerian sports, as the continues to positively change the narrative across all sports in the country. Olopade further charged the team to make history when they take on Fiji in the finals at the Terry Fox Stadium on Sunday by becoming the first African team to win the IRL Women's Rugby League World Series. And that's it on rugby. And like I said earlier, you must be wondering, does Nigeria play rugby? You just found out Nigeria plays rugby, right? And it's a sport that is, gradually growing in Nigeria, but it hasn't gotten there yet. But we are already pulling weight in the international competitions. Now let's go straight to basketball to tell you that the head coach of the Rivers Hoopers, Ogo Odaudu, says his team must stay focused and work harder than ever to retain their Nigerian Basket Premier League title, even noting that the home crowd has always provided an electric atmosphere for the team. However, the two-time defending champions coach warned that the path to another title will not be easy, as he revealed that other teams are recruiting and strengthening in order to fight for the title. The NBPL playoffs finals, that's the final 8, will run from October 26th to November 3rd, featuring all 8 qualified teams in a round-robin format, with each side playing 7 games. The top 4 teams will then advance to the final 4, scheduled for November 20 to 24th. All matches are set to take place at the Indoor Basketball Stadium, 59 Niger Street, Port Harcourt Township. Now, from that basketball, NBBF and Rivers Hoopers, let's now go straight to the NBA, still in basketball, but this time internationally. Yes, the NBA coach Chauncey Billups of the Portland Trail Blazers and Miami Heat Quadri Terry were arrested on Thursday for alleged involvement in illegal gambling. FBI Director Kash Patel said at a press conference in New York that Billups, a former Detroit Pistons star and member of the NBA Hall of Fame, was arrested in connection with rigged illegal poker games tied to the mafia, while Rozier and a former player, Damon Jones, were arrested in sports betting case. Now, U.S. Attorney Joseph Nocella, who spoke on the arrest, described it as an insider sports betting conspiracy that exploited confidential information about National Basketball Association athletes and teams. He added that the defendants were involved in illegal betting on the performance of players on the Charlotte Hornets, the Portland Trail Blazers, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Toronto Raptors. Meanwhile, NBA player Jonte Porter of the Toronto Raptors was banned from the league for life last year for his role in betting scandal. Porter, the younger brother of Michael Porter Jr. of the Brooklyn Nets, was accused of placing bets linked to his performance on the court. He has pleaded guilty to wire fraud conspiracy and is awaiting sentencing. Now, what is these players are doing betting? Is the money they get paid not enough for them? But we always know that betting is never accepted in, the betting has never been accepted in any sport at all, not to think that the basketball might be an exception. But let's keep going as we still stay in the National Basketball Association, that's the NBA, as the new season started yesterday. Now let's tell you that Shell Gilgeous Alexander scored a career-high 55 points as the Oklahoma City Thunders won their second straight double overtime game to begin the season, beating the Indiana Pacers 141-135 yesterday night in a rematch of last season's NBA final teams. Now the reigning MVP reached 50 for the 5th time, tying Russell Westbrook for the most by a Thunder player. Now Benedict Muturin had 36 points and 11 rebounds for the Pacers before fouling out the first overtime. Pascal Siakam had 32 points and 15 rebounds for Indiana Pacers, which is without two-time All-Star guard Tyrese Haliburton and backup point guard TJ McConnell. Then lost guard Andrew Nembhard with a sore left shoulder in the second half. Now in San Francisco, Steph Curry scored 42 points, including a game-tying three-pointer late in regulation time to help the Golden State Warriors overcome Aaron Gordon's career-high 50 points and beat the Denver Nuggets 137-131 this morning. and the Warriors went on a 12-2 run in the overtime that started with a corner three-pointer from Al Harford, and it featured a back-breaking one from injury Butler. Yeah, one from Jimmy Butler that made it 133 to 127 with 41 seconds to play as the Golden State got off to a 2-0 start this season. Gordon broke Alex English franchise record for a season opener of 47 points in the 1985 against the Golden State Warriors, and Gordon's 10 three-pointers tied Terry Rozier's record set in 2020 for the most made in a season opener. Yes, it is the new season of the NBA, and it's already thrilling the fans with a lot of new records upon records upon records. Steph Curry is still showing why he is one of the best to have ever played the game. And let's quickly move to tennis, as Saudi Arabia has an update on tennis. Saudi Arabia will host a new ATP Masters tournament, likely starting in 2028, in the first addition to the men's tennis tour. Men's tennis tour premium series since its founding in 35 years ago. The ATP announced the formation of a 10th Masters event yesterday, but ATP chairman Andre Gudenzi wouldn't commit to a definite year for the debut and exact spot on the calendar. This expansion comes as players renew calls to reconsider a long and crowded schedule for the sports. This is the latest in a series of moves to bring money from Saudi Arabia into tennis and bring the sports to the kingdom, including the ATP Next Generation Finals for up-and-coming players that is held in Jeddah, and the WTA Finals for the best women tennis players held in Riyadh. Now, the Public Investment Fund also sponsored both the women and the men's rankings this year, and Gundenzi said the plan is to launch the Saudi Arabia Masters in 2028, with the dates announced sometime next year. He did, however, tell reporters that he would like the tournament to be staged at the beginning of the season, probably after the Australian Open. And then we now move quickly from tennis as we get into boxing, as Joseph Parker and Fabio Wadley have been waxing lyrical ahead of their fight tomorrow. And let's tell you that Joseph Parker has won the Britain's Fabio Wadley about levels, as he vowed to smash him on Saturday night's heavyweight battle at London's O2 Arena. The contest for Parker's WBO interim belt as the all or nothing, with the winner expected to face undisputed heavyweight champion Alexander Usyk next. Parker is currently the WBO's #1 contender next in line for Usyk, but he's agreed to take on the 30-year-old Wadley, asking him to be his mandatory pursuit in this bout. The Auckland-born fighter has lost 3 of his 39 professional bouts to Britain's Anthony Joshua, Dillian White, and Joe Joyce, but appears revitalized under new trainer Andy Lee. And speaking yesterday, he credited Wadley for taking this fight and believes it is time for him to shine. In a response to Parker's comments, Wadley has a record of 18 knockouts in 19 wins and remains unfazed for Ipswich fighter. And tomorrow's bout will be he will be all out and stop at nothing to make sure he gets one over, Joseph Parker. Now let's go straight to football to tell you that the Super Falcons head coach Justin Madugu has expressed his determination to secure a convincing victory against Benin Republic in today's clash, aiming to make the return leg a mere formality. Now, the 9-time African champions will face Benin Republic in the first leg of the final qualifying round of the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations game in Lomé, Togo. Now, speaking ahead of the encounter, Madugu admitted that the absence of injured Jennifer Isegine is a blow for the team, but maintained confidence in the squad's quality. He noted that the plan for the game today is to go for goals and have a strong advantage before the return leg that will be played in Abeokuta. The second leg is scheduled next Tuesday at the Moshood Abiola Sports Arena in Abeokuta. And that's what we have for you from the Super Falcons squad. But now let's also tell you about Remo Stars, as there's been some situation with their traveling to South Africa. Remo Stars were supposed to travel to South Africa yesterday, but they had to cancel their travel and also cancel their hotel reservations as it appeared that out of the 43 contingents that they submitted to the South African Embassy for clearance and visa approval, only 26 of their contingents were approved to travel to South Africa. Amongst the 26 is just 12 players. And then 12 players cannot execute a football match of this magnitude. This is the CAF Champions League second leg of the second preliminaries. So remember, Remo Stars lost the first leg 5-1 in Abeokuta to Mamelodi Sundowns, and they're supposed to be in South Africa as we speak in preparation for the second leg of this fixture. But as it stands, every plan has been cancelled, and the situation is said to be, under control right now. So far, Remo Stars has not made any official statement on the situation, and also Mamelodi Sundowns have not made any official statement on the situation. Neither have we heard anything from the, from the South African Embassy. But there's been lots of reports, credible ones, that the team has still not yet left Lagos. And that will be it from the CAF Champions League. We will also remind you that Rivers United tomorrow at the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium in Uyo will be hosting the Black Bulls of Mozambique. Rivers United needs to win or they are out of the CAF Champions League playoffs. Yes, Rivers United, if they beat the 2-0 or more, they would qualify to the group stage of the CAF Champions League. And from there, games this weekend, Chelsea will be facing Sunderland tomorrow afternoon. Kickoff game in the Premier League tomorrow would be versus Sunderland, Manchester United, Brentford versus Liverpool. Look at Aston Villa, City, Arsenal versus Crystal Palace, and Everton versus Tottenham Hotspur. Remember, Arsenal are still top of the Premier League. A 19-point advantage as Manchester City sits second. Bournemouth, surprisingly, they are third on the log. Liverpool are fourth, Chelsea fifth, Tottenham Hotspur sixth, Sunderland seventh, Crystal Palace eighth, and Manchester United ninth. And Brighton and Hove Albion, they are 10th, Aston Villa 11th, Everton 12th, Brentford 13th, Newcastle United 14th, Fulham 15th, Leeds United 16th, Burnley FC 17th, Nottingham Forest 18th, West Ham United 19th, and Wolverhampton 20th. And moving away from the Premier League, let's now quickly tell you that on Sunday, the El Clasico will be happening. Real Madrid versus Barcelona at the Santiago Bernabeu. The whole sporting world will be looking out for that one to see what happens in the first El Clasico of the new season. And while Real Madrid will be facing Barcelona at the Santiago Bernabeu on Sunday, Rangers International here in Enugu will be hosting Kwara United. This is how we say thank you very much for joining us at this afternoon on Aneke TV. This is still extra time. This is where you go to for everything happening in the world of sports. Do well to follow us on our socials. It is Aneke TV on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X, and Facebook. My name is Kelechi Naji, and until we return on Monday, enjoy your weekend.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị n'ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe anyị ekele m ọ ji kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anabaghị nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adịnọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụtanwuru ya ịmara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma edikwazi ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jipụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị mechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka o yerutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adịmma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha Bam the mellow woman, Gushela Eke, Gushiodu, Gushionpo, Merk Dovana, Nagari, Nacha Hagiri, Melhoma, Nundusobo Zoto, Nukupaluzo, Negamuzo Poloto, Soluki, you would you well, Chupun Nice, Kai Wargia, Tata Nde, Udo, Northern Agamni, Kodola Emma, Devon. I never stay lodging. Na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ
igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ụlọ kwa ebe nwa ya ji
Every man I go back here. How to do? I'm not going to do it. How much I got? I won't do it. I see my Mr. Gwendo. I never got anybody. Okay, God, I give a lot. If I'm going to get this, I can't do me. Hey. Igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe n'igwe.
Obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji.
Once again, we thank you so much for joining Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is the program that sets good standard for the young people in everything they do in their lives. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and as well, we thank you so much for being a regular part of this program. Thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. And our focus for today is on the choice of friendship. You can always find us on our socials, Facebook, TikTok, X, YouTube, and of course Instagram at Aneke TV, and you wouldn't regret you did. Permit me to introduce to you some guests we have on the studio today for this particular topic. From my left, I have Onwaha Chinecherem Agatha. She is the secretary Ego Fresh Properties Nigeria Limited, and she is a relationship therapist. You are welcome, Chinechera.
My pleasure.
And again, we have Pastor Timothy Nzubechukwu. He is a branch pastor with the Redemption Church Worldwide. You are welcome, Pastor.
Thank you.
All right. Chinechera, let me begin with you. As a relationship therapist, what do you think? Friendship, because to me, friendship is a preliminary stage of relationship itself. Then what do you think the necessity of friendship in the lives of the young people?
Okay, we're talking about the importance, or let's say the benefit or reason people go into friendship. You know, sometimes people misinterpret friendship to relationship. They are different, but I'm coming to that. Now, when we're talking about the necessity of friendship in the life of young people, it is very necessary. As someone that is growing up, you need friends around you. Number one, you need friends who can help you to identify who you are. Sometimes we don't actually know who we are. Like, you can't really describe yourself. Men looking at you, you can't just wake up and say, this is who I am. But having friends around you, they can easily tell you, this is who you are. There was a friend I once had. She came to me one day and was, everybody is complaining I have anger problem. Do you really think I have anger problem? Without being biased, I told her, yes, you are. So had it been she doesn't have any friend around her, she wants to live her life alone, how is she going to be able to understand that I have a problem? So these are some of the necessities, some of the things that, yes, we truly need friends around us. Sometimes when we go about our daily life, we discover that at the end of the day, we are down. You can't, it's not everything that you can communicate to your parents. So you have friends who you can easily go to and say, I don't even know what is wrong with me. Oh. Your friend will be there emotionally to support you.
All right, thank you so much. That's taking. Pastor Timothy, I don't know how much you believe in all Chinechera has said about the necessities of friendship in the lives of the young people.
All right. I think I believe her, but then I have contributions to make towards that regarding the necessity of friendship in the life of young ones. Friends are there to motivate you. That's the first thing. And to me, I think that you have the right to, God allows people to come into your life, everybody. But then you have the right and the will to filter those that stays. So the ability to filter those people that stays is what makes them friends. People come and go. You meet people in the streets, you meet people in your place of work, you meet people in the school and what have you. But then for you to be able to filter them and bring them closer, that is where you need basic understanding about what friendship entails and then who you need to keep in your life. Because there are people today, I can tell you, who actually went into the street of prostitution because somebody motivated them, right? And there are people who are doing well academically because someone motivated them. There are friends that they are looking up to, okay, because your friend don't just motivate you, it makes you to grow. So we are looking up to this person and say, if this person that is closer to me can achieve this feat, I too can achieve the feat. So I think friends are very much important in our life. So, and we are not just going to take it lightly, because those, you are a reflection of those who stay around you. If you are staying around people who discuss evil of people, you may not know how it's impacting your life or how you are changing, because friendship is more like education. And the more you are reading a book, you may not even know that you are changing, yet you are changing. All of a sudden, you begin to act in line of what you are reading. That's how friendship are. Because people come around you, you stay closer to them, all of a sudden you find out that you are behaving exactly like them. Not by your own choice anywhere, but because these are things that impact our day-to-day life. So those we have around us in terms of friends, is important that we have friends, but also very much important that you filter those that stays around you.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor Timothy. I must say you made very valid points, but then there is one aspect of it that caught my interest. I remember you said that God allows people to come into your life for friendship. But it is your responsibility to filter who will stay and who will not stay. Chinechere, let me come to you. With respect to this, is it right for one to choose his friends, or maybe to stay for friends to choose him or her?
Personally and generally, it is very important you choose your friends by yourself, because your friends are the family you choose. Your friends are a reflection of who you are. So when you are choosing your friends yourself, it allows you to understand the kind of impact and influence those friends will have on you. Let's assume that you are very intelligent and decided to make someone that doesn't even have anything upstairs your friend. Is either you influence the person or the person influence you.
Either ways.
Yes, a situation whereby you choose the person yourself. You've seen something that you like about this person, and making this person your friend, you will have a way to impact the person's life. But if you allow the person to come and choose you, definitely they will have another impact on you. So it is very important you choose your friends yourself, because choosing your friends, you will see that this person have the qualities of what I need. Just like me, you can't just come and tell me, can you be my friend? No, I must monitor you, see that the life you are living suits the life I'm living. Even if it's not 100%, but at least 60%, it's okay, we can be friends. So that's it.
All right, I understand from all you have said that you have the right to reject someone who has come to you for friendship.
Yes.
Is that?
Yes, but in rejecting someone who has come to you for friendship, you can't just wake up and say, no, I can't be your friend, your character is bad. You start pointing their evils directly to their face because you don't want to be friends with them.
But I think even if you don't point out their characters to their faces,
yes,
once either directly or indirectly you reject them, you have rejected them.
So what I'm trying
from becoming a friend to you.
Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you are rejecting someone from being your friend, you don't hurt them when rejecting them. You don't make them feel they want nothing. You don't make them feel bad. You don't make them to feel nobody can be your friend. Just make them to understand, I would have loved to be your friend, but from the look of things, you don't match up to what I need.
Would you mention the reasons to such person?
That is if you wish, depending on the person's emotional intelligence. Some persons
supposing we should choose our friends.
Yeah.
Pastor Timothy, supposing we should choose our friends, that means we'll go for our choices and we'll choose what we like, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or what will be suitable to us. Okay, may I ask this question, Pastor Timothy? If you go about choosing your friends, I go about choosing my friends. Chinechere goes about choosing her friends, as well as every other person's. And why I choose my friends, they don't reject me. They don't. But some friends that come to me, I reject them. What if you are rejected by someone? For some reasons.
Okay.
How would you feel?
All right. Let me put it this way. I think, let me borrow the word of Reverend Dr. Ma Obai, of a blessed memory. He said that friends are match made in heaven, right? And most times, people we call friends are not friends, really, because when you meet your friend, you will know that there is a connection. I can tell you that, to me, I don't believe that someone needs to have multiple people hanging around him or her as friend. In the midst of 5-6 people around you, you may really not find your friend. But your friend is that one that sticks closer, according to scripture, the one that sticks closer to you than a brother. That whenever other person say, no, this person is this, your friend will say, I know this person. I know what this one is capable of doing. So sometimes, in as much as that we say that you have the right to choose who stay around you, I think it is very much important that somebody understand that as you have the right to choose someone, you should also know that there are people who destiny send across to you. Life send them to you to become a destined partner. And you have to be very much concerned about those people, not losing them. For instance, Jonathan and David in the scripture. This way, when you talk about Jonathan and David, you see that there are many things that should make them to divide. First, beginning from the father of Jonathan, who said that they are not going to be, because everything his father was fighting for is for Jonathan to become the next king of Israel. But Jonathan said, no, I know this one, because he's my friend. Even when the father planned to kill him, he hid David from the father. So I make sure that David was not hurt. Why? Because he understood that this one was given to me by God. I think friendship should be more of covenant thing than physical thing, maybe emotional. Because you like somebody, because this person is fair, because this person knows how to talk, or because this person, you feel like this person is smart, can help you in your academics. So when friendship is based on what you are going to gain from, it's no longer friendship, it's transactional. It becomes something, a trade by barter, because I can get this thing from this person, so let me now give this person a chance to be closer to me. But when it becomes more on, I want to get to a place of my destination, and I want people that will help me, God is going to, by himself, bring them to you. Your job is, if God is sending this one, just like God sent all the animals to Adam, and Adam could not find a suitable helpmeet until God brought Eve. That is how it goes.
All right, thank you so much. If it is now you're joining us, this is Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Topic for today is choice of friendship. And I have wonderful guests here. I have Pastor Simoti Nzube Chukwu, who is a branch pastor with the Redemption Church worldwide. And of course, I have Chinecherem Agatha Onoha, who is a relationship therapist. Of course, this is, to me, is a perfect match because, Pastor, you are here to speak to us from the point of view of somebody that is a carrier of the gospel. And then what friendship means from that point of view. And from what you have said, even Christ, let me borrow from you, your Bible. Even Christ, you say Christ came for the sinners and not for the righteous. Yeah. Then Chinecherem, you are here to speak to us from the point of view as a relationship therapist. You are speaking friendship from the secular world. Let me put it that way. So I can say this is a perfect match. How much will you believe in what Pastor has said that people come into? Because you have earlier said that you don't accept everyone that comes to you as a friend, isn't it? Yeah. Good. How much do you believe in what she has said, or have you been convinced that whosoever that comes to you may probably be sent by God to work on that person's life?
Okay. Let me say I am convinced, but not totally convinced, because we're in the world. Sometimes when people do some things, they will tell you the spirit controls the physical, this, that, but sometimes we control what happens.
Sometimes?
Yes, sometimes, not all the time. So in as much as God is sending people to you to better your life, you should equally know that God is sending you to someone else to better their life.
Just some people can come to you without God sending them to spoil your life and destroy it.
So just like I said, I am convinced but not like on, because sometimes that closest ally that you trust with your life can be the deadliest enemy sitting around you. Just like Igbo Ade said, Onye mamadu nebuya. So someone that doesn't know your in and out cannot, that the person doesn't even know the exact way to start hurting you. But you see that particular person that knows everything about you, you should be very much careful about the person, because they can go any length due to what they have the key. So when God is sending you people, use your number 6, because we are in the world.
I want you to quickly add this to what you have said. What is a parameter? How do we identify good friends?
Okay.
Like we're choosing our friends now. How do we identify them?
Okay.
What's that good?
To identify good friends, some persons see it as a difficult something to do. Though it's difficult because you can't really say, just like the world is right now, trusting people is very difficult. So when you are identifying a good friend, you know, when you have a friend, you should be able to know or see that this person can stick with you, even at die minute. Can this friend take bullet? I once had a friend when I was in school in IMT. The guy walked up to me, just innocent friend. I was in a serious relationship, so I wasn't dating him, which people usually misinterpret. Once they see you with a guy, the boyfriend. So the guy told me, as I'm looking at you right now, I can take a bullet for you. And I asked him, why can you do that? I said, because I've seen that you can take one for me.
At the point of meeting?
We've already been together for like a year.
Okay.
So he told me, I have called you several times, 12 midnight, and you showed up. Even at my dying minute, I've been calling you, you were there. There was a day I called you, this is him to me. There was a day I called you, I told you that some persons blocked me, they want to kill me. And what did you say? You said, who are they? I am coming there with some persons. Let's fight the fight. Even if it means us, both of us losing our life, fine and good.
And you did?
And I did. I showed up. I gathered some of my friends.
You said you were in a relationship.
I'm telling you that
was
this
your
is
guy
a
aware
friend.
of all
He
this?
was
that you were doing
aware.
For another
He was aware. I
Okay.
told him that this is a family I choose. And I made it in a way that my friend doesn't come between my relationship. Categorically, I made it very clear. You have to understand that you are my friend, you have boundaries.
Okay.
Then you as my man, please, this is my friend. When it becomes unhealthy, I will know that it has gotten to an extent that I need to call.
And you are very conscious of that.
Very conscious, yes.
Okay, that is you. That is you, Chinechere. Pastor Timothy, I was going to ask, since Chinechere has said or has agreed with you that God can send some people to someone probably to work on their lives as friends, and you accept them. Okay. Is there any way we can say that somebody made a mistake in a choice of friendship?
Well, yes.
Or God sent such a person in that person's life and incidentally becomes a bad friend?
I think people can make mistake. We are open to our choice, right? And then because we are open to our choice, I think some people choose wrongly. Not really that God, just like I say, God made all the animals to pass through before Adam. And Adam was giving them a name. But God was expecting Adam to find the one that he can have something to do with. But Adam chose not to find anyone until God created another person called Eve. That was when Adam said, this one, I chose this one. Right? Every other one I couldn't find. So sometimes when you know that somebody is a bad influence over you, over your life, I think you have to know that it's a choice that you make. In fact, 80% of what happens to us, or 90% of what happens to human generally, they are the factors of the choice.
Pastor Timothy, you have mentioned here that God allowed people to come to your life, and you just have to accept them and work on them. Okay, that you have the right. You have the right to sieve who will stay and who will not stay. How can you sieve and remove somebody God has sent to your life?
Well, God is not sending them to stay. God is allowing all of them to pass through you from day to day. You meet people in the mall.
If you sieve and take away, have you impacted them positively?
Well, your own should be first. I think the first thing is to be, whatever a man should do is to be ruthless in the choice that you make, to first see that the choice should be for your own well-being, right? You cannot influence a generation positively when you have not been influenced. So you need first, for you to sanitize the generation, you need to sanitize yourself. So whatever that must happen through you to the world must start from you. So if you first notice that this person I'm trying to choose is not going to be for my own well-being, then it's not going to be for the well-being of another person. So I am talking about my own self now. I am ruthless in choosing people around me. We can greet, we can talk, we can socialize, but when it comes to choosing somebody, I think you should be ruthless to choose someone that should be of not a benefit of what you're going to get in terms of money. We don't target a benefit, but someone that is going to contribute to now maximizing your destiny, building your potential, making sure that the person pushes you to the best place that you need to be, challenge you positively, causes you to grow, right? Because somebody that is just drawing from you, drawing from what you have, drawing from your intelligence and all that, the person is there, but the person is not challenging you to grow. So when I say that God brings people before us, I'm not saying that God brings people to become friends, because friendship is actually something that are earthly based. It is earthly based. So God brings them to facilitate your journey here on earth. But we have to be very much aware that somebody can be a bad influence. For instance, when we are growing up, there are people that your parents will warn you. You see this one? Don't associate with this one. Don't. This guy is a thief. You already know. But somehow, because your choice as a person then is still very limited to certain things that you're seeing. Your choice are built on emotion. So your choice are built on many things. You will still end up visiting the person, visiting the guy, even when your parents has warned you. But your parents are not making the choice based on emotion. They are making the choice and telling you not to associate with this person based on their will for it to be well with you. So I think God allow all those people to come, but you have to be ruthless in filtering them, so that you can make the right choice for yourself.
All right, thank you so much, Pastor Timothy. I think this show is becoming more interesting.
Right.
Why I have to say that is that sometime when you were speaking before, you said that you don't need to gather a lot of people around you, that you may have to maybe have the limit of 5 friends around. I think that would be enough for you.
Well,
but Chinecherem, let me come to you. I don't know how much you believe in that.
Okay.
How many friends could be enough for one person? To you?
To me, personally, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter how many?
Yes, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to, I think we have friend and friend.
Friend and friend?
Yes, let me explain.
Okay.
So, as a human being, you should have limited number of cycle that you call your friends. In that way, you can be able to know when something is wrong with you. When you gather, you keep packing friends. After packing them, if you're having issue, you won't even know the exact place the issue is coming from. So, I won't say that this is a limited number of friends anyone can keep, but let's say 5, 6, 4. Some persons will just keep only 1. Some persons will keep like 10, 11.
Have you not seen one who kept up to that number
more
and
than
maintained
I have
them?
seen them. They were good. And I have not seen them saying, this my friend is this my friend. No complaint. But I think if you're not able, sometimes when you are making friends, look at yourself, like check yourself very well.
Your
Ask
ability
yourself,
to control.
thank you. Ask yourself, am I going to be their problem or they are going to be my problem? Because sometimes we keep saying, I don't want to keep friends. Friends are evil. They are this, they are that. Meanwhile, you are the evil one. So the ability for you to be able to know who you are, identify yourself, work on yourself, you can be able to keep as bigger number of friends as you can. If you can be able to have a control of yourself, you can be able to control your cycle, no matter their
You'll be
number.
capable of keeping as much friends as you can to yourself.
That is if you can be able to work on
Okay,
yourself.
Pastor Timothy, let me bring this to you. What do you do for your friends to sustain them?
Okay, what do I do for
your
friends?
Yeah,
To sustain them.
To sustain them. Or
Okay.
to sustain the friendship.
I think, well, let me buttress on this. I think I allow time to prove those that are my friend. Right? Time reveals people. Some people say you know your friend when things are bad. I can equally tell you that you know your friend when things are right and going well. Because there are friends that will love you when things are bad for you. But when you become successful more than them, you will notice that there will be that resentment, there will be that, anger that this person is succeeding more than me. So you need time to review. And then why you need that time, I think what I do personally for my friend is, number one, is to pray for them. I pray for my friends. Because by praying for them, I pray for their well-being, I pray for their business, I pray for whatever they are laying their hands to do to prosper, just like I pray for myself. So that's the basics of it.
That
as
is
a
prayer.
Christian.
That is why I
them.
said you are the carrier of the
now,
gospel.
Now, secondly, is that I give to my friend. I give. Friendship, everything about connection.
Pastor Timothy, you will tell us more about what you give to your friends to sustain them when we come back from a short break. Thank you so much. Let us have a short break. We shall be right back.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This
is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Back from the short break, it's still the program Youth Focus on Aneke TV. Our topic for today is choice of friendship. And of course, we have gone far in discussing it. I have wonderful guests here in the studio. They are, as a matter of fact, doing justice to this particular topic. I have Onoha Agatha Chinecherem, who is a relationship therapist. We can see that from the much she has spoken here. And I have Pastor Timothy Nzubechu, who is a branch pastor with the Redemption Church worldwide. Thank you so much. Pastor, let me continue from where you stopped. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about what you give to your friends to sustain the relationship.
So, okay, friendship is not bought with money, but friendship, there are things that you can use to keep it flowing. Just like I said, every act of friendship desires sacrifice, right? You have to sacrifice for those that you love, because friendship is actually act of love. When you get connected to someone, you should be able to know that first, I'm going to give my time to make sure that this person.
Remember, we are on friendship, not a relationship.
No,
because Chinecherem has told us that they are not exactly the same.
You see, you cannot be friend with somebody that you really don't. When I'm talking about love now, you know, God commanded us to love everybody, right? But
including your enemies.
Yes, that's why you pray for them. In fact, the scripture says, "Pray for your enemy." So we pray for them, but then he didn't give us the prayer point anyway. So what I'm saying is that, like I said, you're going to give not just your time, you are going to give whatever it takes to make the person feel better. Feel safe.
Whatever it takes.
Feel better.
Whatever, in quotes.
Good things now.
Okay.
So long as it's not, number one, against your principle, so long as it's not violating your rights as a person, you have to make sure that you're a friend. Because a friend, if we watch the pattern of Jesus in choosing his disciples, you find out that one of the things that Jesus did when he chose them is that there are people Jesus will speak to in parable, but there are people Jesus will be real. Jesus will speak to the crowd in parable, then come back and they will say, when you are talking, we don't know this one. Jesus will give them time to explain, time for them to grow, time for them to be built by his relationship with them, communication with them. So in building friendship, I think what you give to them, you give them time to grow, you give them time to be better, you give them things you know that is going to facilitate the relationship and make them feel safe. For instance, if your friend, if you have 1,000 and then your friend is in need of 200 naira, and then you cannot provide a help, you cannot render a help of 200 naira to your friend, then that is not friendship. Because Jesus gave us a story in the book of Luke about a man who has a friend, and the friend came to him by night and said, I have another friend who came to my house at the middle of the night. Please open the door and give me so and so. Jesus now was asking, if the friend said no, but the other friend continued, which means that a friend is the one that can come to you when things are not okay. Even when the midnight means the odd time, when things are not good, when you don't have the permission, the luxury of moving around like you used to do in the daytime. So when your friend cannot reach out to you when things are not going well, and you become a source of hope and a source of consolation, I don't think that is friendship. So you give time.
All right. Thank you so much, Pastor. We have seen the enormous effort you are putting in place to itemize those things you do for your friends to sustain the friendship. That is wonderful. But Chinecherem, let me come to you this way. He's talking about everything he does to his friends equally to sustain the friendship he has with all of them. Is it possible you have one in your life, just as you are, as your best friend? That thing called best friend. Who is your best friend?
My best friend is myself. Yes.
Tell us more.
Okay. Just like I said before now, that for you to be able to keep and maintain your cycle, you have to first of all work on yourself, so that you don't be the problem and you tag them as the problem. So my
Are
best
you telling me
friend,
that all of your friends, they love you and treat you equally?
no,
Mm-hmm.
they don't.
That's the aspect I'm coming from when I talked about best friend.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Some of them treat me as if I am not even existing, but yet they are my friend because that particular quality that I needed, I am seeing it. So I can't just say, oh yeah, I'm ending this friendship because you're not doing it better.
Okay, can you now change what you have said before, that your best friend is yourself?
I still maintain my ground and my best friend is myself.
Okay.
Okay, so when I talk about my best friend being myself, if I'm able to work on myself and love myself, I can be able to love you and work on you and help you to be better. Because I can't be wrong and you'll be better. I have to first of all better myself. Better myself, I mean, is if I have issue, maybe I fight a lot, I'll start working on it.
Okay.
If I'm able to work on it, I don't know the next place I may be, whether that place, those people there, they are just born fighters. So if I'm not able to deal with it right now, if I get to that place, it will be a very big problem because I'm not able to fix it here. I can't fix it there. So when I fix myself, I can be able to sustain and fix my friends around me. But that is not what I do to sustain them. I do a lot of things to sustain my friends.
Different from what you mentioned?
Of course.
Okay, can you tell us some of them?
Okay, when I'm talking about sustaining my friends, I go to an extent. At a point, some of my friends will be scared. They'll be like, do you want to die? Is it because I told you this? Yes, now. It's our cross. Let's carry it. Whether you are enjoying, whether you are sorrow, anything, we are there. We are together. You just called me around odd time, just like he said. My dad is in critical condition. We need to rush him. I'm coming. I'll just put on my clothes. Whether you were emotionally down.
But that would be if you're available.
That is if I'm available.
Okay.
That is within your reach. I will show up immediately. But if I'm not, I will make sure that I provide a way that, yes, even though my presence is not there, I am there.
If you do all of these things to your friend because you have friends, Pastor Timothy, what happens if somebody exists without a friend?
If somebody exists without a friend, well, I don't know, but then it's just a problem to the person, right? Because existing without a friend shows that you too, you have a problem and you need to work on yourself. When people cannot feel comfortable around you, people cannot be there to cheer you up, people cannot be there in your bad time and your good time. There are many people like that actually. Okay. They'll tell you that they like their space. It's not liking your space. You need you need solution. You have a problem because my Bible said that he that must befriend with others should present himself friendly. Right? In the book of Proverbs. You need to show yourself that I am somebody that someone can trust. And all these things goes along in friendship because for you to be friend with somebody, are you a Philippian that can just say anything? Somebody will tell you, okay, this is my problem, this is my problem. I'll just go out and broadcast what the person is saying. And then nobody can rely on you. Nobody knows you. You know, these are things that people don't actually think about when it comes about. I have someone that has been my friend. I think he's the closest person in my life. Very close. He knows.
That is your best friend,
yes,
right?
Yes. And we have been friends since 2014. He knows my house. I know his house. I sleep in his house. He sleep in my house. I mean family house. That everybody, my mother can call me and say, how about this person? And his mother can call him and say, how about this person? This person is not coming home again. Or what is happening? So our home is just our home. So what I'm trying to say is that when you, as a person, doesn't have people that you rely on, people that you can, there's always a downtime in the life of everybody. Emotionally, financially, that you need somebody you can lean on. Even Jesus, there was a time Jesus needed people. He gathered 3 out of the 12 apostles and he took them to a place and he shared the burden. They were the only people that knew when Jesus prayed and his sweat was becoming like blood. So these people can tell the secret, even the visitation that Jesus had. They were there when angel came to minister to Jesus and they said to him, let us build a tent here. These are Peter, James and John, very close people to the heart of Jesus. And do you know what? These were the people that carried the mission and we are ready to die with it. So you need such people in your life, close people.
All right, Chinacherem, you can hear Pastor. Perfect. He has spoken convincingly. And he wants to establish this as a fact that if you don't have people gather around you, or people don't feel comfortable gathering around you as friends, you have a problem. That's the fact we have established. What do you have to say about that?
Okay. I won't actually say it's a fact.
Okay.
Yes, because just like he said, some persons will tell you they need their space. Does not mean they don't have friends, but you are not an ally.
But we're talking about people that don't have friends.
Yes.
When we mean friends are not there, they are not there. And they exist and live their lives.
Such people do exist. They live their life freely. But trust me, everybody needs everybody. The day you will die, you're not going to bury yourself. So no matter how they try to describe it, telling themselves that I don't need anybody around me, you must need somebody.
Yeah.
If not, you carry yourself to the grave and bury yourself. So everybody needs everybody.
Okay, no problem. Permit me to bring it to this other dimension.
All right.
We have seen what we may say they are well-chosen friends. And to see the friendship growing. At some point, problem will erupt. And to see them having problems.
Yeah.
Remember what I said. Friendship, to us, seeing them is a well-chosen friendship. People are jealous of them. What happens that at some point you see them breaking up and there are problems to emanate?
Okay. Is that directed to me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I want to talk out of experience. Permit me to do that.
Do that.
So when I was in school, I have like 5 friends. Out of that 5, 2 male, 3 female. Now, as it stands now, I have out of those 5, I have only 3. The remaining 2, we were joining life together, moving forward. So at a point, I got a job. I was the first person to get a job and I was doing perfectly well. So while I was in that place, I was trying to know if I can secure a space for them so that I will still have them around. Before we started this program, I told you that friends are family you choose. So I see them as family, not only as friends. I took them to my house. My parents are aware of them. Just to make sure that I'm establishing a healthy relationship, a friendship with them. So when I got the job, I was able to at least 2 of them, I brought them in. We were working together. So at a point, I got promoted. One of them became angry.
Okay, was that really a good friend before the incident?
No, she was a good friend before the incident. But let me say that it was my success that brought the problem. By that way, I'm borrowing from Pastor, God is saying something.
I may have to say she was never a good friend.
To me, then, I thought, until that very time. So sometimes when people will come as friends, but they are actually enemy. Just like he was saying before, you have to be very, very careful and you have to filter them. I think that was the point. I need to filter. What did I do? I ended it. Even though it has grown for over a year plus, it took me time to be able to identify that this is not my friend. But I was seeing her as a friend from onset until that very moment success set in. She wasn't saying anything, but she was showing me different attitude.
Well, did the friendship continue?
No, I called her. I said, what is your problem? Let's fix it. Let's sort it out. What is it? She said, we went for an interview. You are the one they promoted. What about me? This, that. I said, calm down. For the fact that I'm being blessed in this particular room that we are right now, it means that blessing is circulating. You
Before
may
you
be the
continue,
next
let's
person.
hear from Pastor
All right.
Timothy. Pastor, wouldn't you say that particular friend was a jealous friend and was never a good friend?
Just like I said, time reveals who your real friends are. Time. You give them time. Your success will reveal them. Your pain will reveal them.
Are you not at the same time saying that one can make choice of a bad friend?
As time goes on, you begin to see that the choices you make, you begin to, life will filter it. You know, life is in phases actually. Life filters people. The more you gather, even the more you are trying to be very skeptical in selecting people and then bringing them in your life, life filters them and remove them eventually. There are people that may not remain in your life forever. The more you grow, you see that they are living. There are people that you thought were your friend 2006, 2007, 2010. Some of them are nowhere to be found today. They are no longer your friend. Life, growth of life filter them. Time reviews people. Time reviews who are your friend. When you pass through difficulties, who are those people that are with you? Mark them. Mark them very well. And when you are passing through your journey of success, rejoicing, who are those people who are much excited, genuinely excited about your growth, about your success? Mark them. These people, if they can be there in the rainy season and still be there in your dry season, these are your true friends. These are people that you can say, these are my people. You can rely on them, that this one, if I give this person, this one 100,000, 1 million, 2 million, 10 million, as much as I can, I'm not doing wrong investment, because this one can actually sustain me if things become hard.
Let us bring it to opposite sex friendship. Okay. Now, what future do you think it normally have? Opposite sex relationship, has it always made a good future, or is part of those ones that must break up along the line?
Let me say 98% of it break up along the line.
Wow.
From interviews and from people that have counseled and a lot of things, it's always end up in a mess. Reason is that they started as innocent friends. Along the line, they started developing something else. Before you know what's happening, something else coming.
Something good or something bad? Something good and something bad.
Okay, let's say you have a male friend, both of you were close friends, and you are not dating. This is not relationship, this is friendship. So you as the girl and you as the guy, you should be very conscious of yourself and understand that this is my friend. Because he's your friend, you said, okay, oh, he's my friend. Maintain the fact that he's your friend. Don't deviate from the plan. Don't deviate from where you guys are going. Some of them along the line, it's like, this my friend is entering my eyes. Oh, you want to start having something differently from what you people agreed on.
Is it not part of the development?
It is not part of development, because that was not the initial plan from onset. If you come to me and ask me, can you be my girlfriend? Girlfriend in the sense that let's date. If it leads to marriage, fine. If it leads to friendship, let's just date and everybody will go their separate, fine. But now we are just friends. Friend I can relate with, I can call on, I can, just like a family. Along the line, you shift from that friendship part and you entered relationship without an agreement.
Because I was going to
yes,
ask.
Both of you did not agree.
Are there not good friendships that
yes,
can transcend into
it can transcend, but there must be an agreement. The agreement in the sense that I think we should move forward from this friendship to relationship.
Who move?
Both of you will come in an agreement and said, we want to do this. And you as the girl, sometimes we see ourselves that when we communicate our feelings to a guy, they will start seeing, this girl doesn't have self-control. She's cheap, oh, she's this, oh, she's that. Oh. That is the mindset some ladies do have. But me, personally, I don't believe in that. If I like a guy, I walk up to you. I tell you, I like everything about you, and I wish to be your friend. Not that you become my friend immediately. We can start by talking along the line. If you weigh me and you think that this girl is okay, or she can be my friend, or I think she can be trusted, fine, we can be friends. So when you have a friend, note that this is my friend and not a relationship. I am not dating this person. So when you want to migrate or transcend into relationship, let it be consensus ad idem. I mean agreement between the both of you. To avoid had I known.
I think the climax of this show for today, Pastor, is that good friendships can transcend into good relationships. Exactly. And before it does that, according to Chinecherem, let there be a mutual agreement for that to happen. I want you, Pastor, on a conclusive note, to talk to that young person who is outside there and is in a good friendship that may transcend into good relationship.
Okay, I think, like I said, be ruthless in choosing those that stays around you. Let it be that consider yourself first and consider your future, so that you don't end up staying around people that will damage your future against God's ordinance for your life. That's just what I have to say.
Thank you so much, Pastor Timothy. You are a branch pastor with the Redemption Church worldwide. Thank you so much for coming. And thank you so much, Onwa Agatha Chinecherem, our relationship therapist. Thank you so much. You've done well.
It's my pleasure.
Our viewer, thank you so much for being there. It has been a nice time we shared together. Having a pastor here and having a relationship therapist, what a wonderful combination. You cannot agree with me. Thank you so much. Our topic has been Choice of Friendship, and I think we have dealt with this wait for the chapter 2 of this, or part 2 of this. Sorry, thank you so much. My name is Chukwamaka Obasi. Do have a wonderful day ahead of you.
Visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
maka na ọ magoro okwu izizi igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ụlọ kwa ebe nwa ya ji
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Aneke.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele mu. Oju kwani ihe eji gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Onye ana nke nya no na agwo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike. Na oduma ihe eji ene ndo anya. Na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndo anya. Elufuta nwuru ya. Imana na nsogbu ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị, anyị na-ekene gị. Na-ekene gị maka tata, na-ayọ maka echi. Maka na ọsọ gị maka eme echi anya wa mara. Na ya dị ka echi, na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ. Na ihe ya adịla anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Ogene is a metal bell. historically made by the Igbo people and considered as one of the most important metal instruments in Igbo traditional music. When struck with a wooden stick, it produces a sharp resonant tone. It is a symbol of Igbo identity and heritage, passed down through generations. Ogene acts as a rhythmic instrument, a melodic device, a means of communication, and also used in divination and spiritual rituals. It provides the rhythmic backbone, often setting the tempo and pace for other instruments and dancers. Ogene comes in different shapes and sizes. The single bell ogene, the double-belled ogene, ogene mpenabo, with each producing different sounds. The triple-shaped ogene, ogene mpe ato, each also producing different sounds. In an ogene cultural dance group, the vocal style is often distinguished by its main vocalist, with multiple singers singing in harmony with each.
Hello and welcome to Echoes of the Past on Aneke TV. I am Aneke. In the dusk of a July evening in 1934 in Ake, Abeokuta, a child was born who would grow to haunt tyrants, provoke regimes and break the complacency of generations. He was named Akinwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka, but soon the world would know him simply as Wole. His life would be a continuous negotiation between tradition and revolt, myth and reality, the spirit and the state. From his earliest days, he was insatiably curious. A small boy, he would slip into his father's study at night and read newspapers by lamplight, pressing the margins of colonial dispatches with urgent questions. His mother, Grace, would scold him, "You will kill me with your questions." Yet, those queries became his instrument of life. That duality, reverence for the spirit, insistence on justice, became Soyinka's mode. Wole Soyinka's father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was an Anglican minister and headmaster. Through him, young Wole absorbed the discipline of rhetoric Christian education. But through his mother, Grace, he felt the winds of Yoruba tradition, activism and commerce. His maternal side, Jenkins Harrison lineage, had Eurasian strands. Thus, in many ways, Wole inhabited a borderland between Christian modernity and Yoruba cosmology. One anecdote rarely told is that one evening, his grandfather summoned him to observe a divination ritual under a boab tree. Wole, aged perhaps 8, watched the priest toss kola nut and invoked Ogun. The priest paused, looked at Wole's wide eyes and whispered, "Your path will be between iron and fire." Whether prophecy or theatrics, Wole never forgot it. In his memoir, Ake, he recounts the local revolt against a woman's tax. Led by his mother's circle, and how that first public political moment lodged itself in his psyche. At primary school in Abeokuta and then Government College Ibadan, Wole was never content with rote lessons. He debated teachers. At Ibadan, he read Greek tragedies and Yoruba oral epics with equal zeal, noting how Oedipus and Ogun share themes of blindness, sacrifice and regeneration. That juxtaposition would become a lifelong motive. During his undergraduate years at University College Ibadan, he participated in student politics. He and a few friends founded a clandestine debating society, the nucleus of later activism, where colonial policy, negritude and playwriting were hotly contested. Then came Leeds University, England. He graduated in 1958. While in Leeds, Wole once sneaked into a local jazz club to hear a saxophonist he admired. He later claimed the bend of his sax solo influenced his sense of prosody and pacing in later plays. This little stealth night is rarely mentioned in official biographies. Between 1958 and 1959, Soyinka worked as a dramaturgist at London's Royal Court Theatre. He submitted early plays, The Swamp Dwellers, 1958, and The Lion and the Jewel, 1959. Another little note played from that formative period is The Invention, 1957, later staged in 1959. It addresses racial identity by showing 7 South African men trying to produce a foolproof method of racial categorization. In a curious anecdote, Soyinka's roommate in Leeds once disciplined him for overwriting a love letter with mythic allusions. Wole responded, "No love is simple, even that letter must bleed metaphor." That romantic intensity, the mixture of myth and flesh, became his signature tone. In 1960, he returned to Nigeria on the Rockefeller Bursary to study African drama, teach and produce plays. He founded his first theatre company, the 1960 Max, staging a dance of the forest to mark independence. Later in 1964, he founded the Orisun Theatre Company, producing and acting in his plays. In the early 1960s, Soyinka's energy was relentless. He directed, acted, produced, lectured, mentored younger writers and often slept little. One former student recalls how Wole insisted on rehearsals at dawn because he believed that early sunlight sharpened actors' emotional clarity. That practice, passed in legend, likely shaped his tight pacing in ensemble plays. In 1965, the western region of Nigeria, political tensions brewed. The incumbent regional government was accused of falsifying election results. Soyinka, then teaching at the University of Ibadan, confronted that deceit in public broadcasts and lectures. One of the more dramatic stories, he once picked up a radio transmitter reportedly at gunpoint and threatened to broadcast the true results himself, unless the state released accurate tallies. This act of audacity circulated as rumor in Lagos intellectual circles. Many doubted whether it truly happened. The more cautious accounts say he appeared at the radio station with a press pass and a bullhorn, demanding integrity. But among his closest young dramatists, the gunpoint version gives him the aura of a rebel actor holding aloft truth. He was arrested, held briefly and later released following an international protest by rioters such as Norman Mailer and Williams Byron. In 1967, at the start of the Nigerian Civil War, Soyinka called publicly for a ceasefire. Because of that, he was accused of assisting the Biafran cause and was arrested. He was imprisoned for 22 months, held largely in solitary confinement in a cell measuring 4 by 8 feet. While behind bars, he wrote "The Man Died," prison notes, smuggled verses on toilet paper, and endured deprivation. At some point, prison guards, frustrated by his silence, placed a radio outside his cell and played loud propaganda. Soyinka responded by tapping mathematical rhythms on the walls, more like drum beats derived from Yoruba drumming, to relay a covert message to his cellmate, who then passed it outside. Whether myth or fact, this story circulates among dramatists as testament to his resilience. He was finally released in October 1969. After release, Soyinka briefly resumed positions at the University of Ibadan but left Nigeria into voluntary exile in Europe from 1970 to 1975. In that period, he edited Transition, Africa's influential intellectual journal. He also completed major works like Myth, Literature and the African World, and expanded his critical and theoretical reach. In 1986, Wole Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. His Nobel Literature, The Past Must Address Its Present, was a scathing indictment of apartheid and a testament of writers' duty to challenge oppression. He dedicated the award to Nelson Mandela, but for Soyinka, the prize was a complex blessing. He famously said it imposed new expectations on him. The world would now regard him as property, expecting moral leadership everywhere. In subsequent years, Soyinka lectured and taught around the world: Cambridge, Yale, Harvard, Emory, Cornell. In 1994, under the dictatorship of Sani Abacha, his passport was confiscated, surveillance intensified, and his works were banned. He fled Nigeria on a harrowing route, 18 hours of continuous movement through unorthodox routes, what he later called a Rambo departure. While in exile, he became UNESCO Goodwill Ambassador for African culture, human rights, and freedom of expression. In 1997, He's the Open Soul of a Continent, a personal narrative of the Nigerian crisis, was published and banned in Nigeria. He was also formally charged with treason under the Abacha regime. Charges later dropped after Abacha's death. Back in Nigeria, Soyinka never ceased to criticize, provoke, satirize. His 2002 play King Babu, in the manner of Alfred Jarry's Wubu Roy, is a blistering satire of dictatorship, corruption and absurdity. In 2021, after nearly 50 years, he published a new novel, Chronicles from the Land of the Happiest People on Earth, lampooning power, corruption, and spiritual hypocrisy in modern Nigeria. His memoirs, You Must Set Forth at Dawn, and the multi-volume autobiographical works give glimpses of his family, his inner conflicts, his exile and return. One poignant personal detail, though notoriously private about his family: he once dedicated a memoir to his stoically resigned children and his wife Adefolake, acknowledging their endurance through dislocations. In 2024, a feature film adaptation of The Man Died, directed by Awam Ampa and produced by Femi Odugbemi, is slated to premiere in Lagos and London in his honor. Outside writing, Soyinka has sometimes indulged a private passion for nighttime bird listening and batwalks around his forested property. He once claimed that the sound of a distant bat's membranous wing suggested to him a line of verse: The night's soft hum still speeches urgency. This anecdote is recounted by a longtime assistant. Wole Soyinka is not a perfect man. He has been fiercely controversial. He has bruised relationship, yet what unites the many moods of his life? Poet, playwright, professor, prisoner, exile is this: a commitment to speech, to refusing silence in the teeth of tyranny. In his famous line, "The man dies and all who keep silent in the face of tyranny," he encapsulates his mission not as a savior but as one who insists that the world must hear. He fused Yoruba cosmology and Greek tragedy. He wielded satire, myth, essay and drama. He survived prison, exile, surveillance. He became for Africa a lighting rod, sometimes loved, sometimes feared, always compelling. And perhaps that prophecy under the boab moving between iron and fire was not mere myth. Wole Soyinka's life has been forged in confrontations of power, in burning questions. We can see now he did not simply inhabit the age, he moved it. And that's all we have for you today on Echoes of the Past on Aneke TV. Join us next time, same station. My name is Amaka Nechi. Close your eyes. Let the years roll back. Echoes of the past, taking you back in time, where every story shines like a sweet old rhyme. From classic hits to faces we've missed, from golden days to timeless bliss. It's not just memories, it is a journey through the moment that made us. Echoes of the past, the stories that last, on your Throwback Thursday, bringing back the past. Only here on Aneke TV, where yesterday lives again.
Oja is a traditional Igbo wind wooden music instrument, often referred to as a talking flute, because of its ability to mimic speech patterns and convey messages. There are various types of Oja, differentiated by their pitch and functions. Oja Mmanwu, Oja Okolobia, Oja Igede, and Oja Ukwe, the singing flute. Each holds a specific cultural significance. The Oja typically has 4 holes, 2 on opposite sides for the fingers, a mouthpiece that leads to the hollow inner chamber, and a terminal hole, similar in size to the finger hole. Oja is one of the prominent indigenous music instruments of the Igbo people. It is considered a spiritual instrument capable of captivating listeners and even influencing their actions. It has keys just like the keyboard, produces lyrical melodies,
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị n'eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị n'urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị n'ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
ekele m ọjị wụ kwana ihe eji agọ ndụ ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwụrụ ya ị mara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya ma mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ọ ya dịrị onye ọ na mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya abịa na anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọ mma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-enwe nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe achị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha Bob the mellow woman, Gushela Eke, Gushuri, Gushion Po, Merk Dobana, Nagari, Nacha Hagiri, Mel woman, Nundusobo Zoto, Nukupaluzo, Negamuzo Poloto, Soluki, you won't you well, Chupun Nice, Kai War Gia, Tata Nde, Udo, Northern Agamni, Kodola Emma, Lewon. I never stay lodging. Negotiate ụmụnna okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ
igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji Every man I go for that. How to do? I'm not going to do it. I'm not sure I got what I will do. I see my Mr. Gwendo, I never can even. Okay, God, I give it a when you get this, I can't go be. Hey! Igwe nwa anụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe ka igwe
obodo ụlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
It was Robert Greene who asserted, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." The Wise Counsel greatly explores why it is permanent for growing youths to learn and master in-demand skills. There are skills one can engage in to boost independence, employability, self-confidence, and entrepreneurship. Some of them include events decoration, hairstyling, furniture making, painting, tiling, and house decoration. Likewise, some tech skills such as search engine optimization, ethical hacking, web design, and game development. Although learning these skills could be time-consuming, difficult, and unclear, it is advised to keep learning until you become a master of it. Learning a skill is not enough. It requires mastering to compete favorably in the marketplace. When Aneke TV interacted with some residents of Enugu, they said that mastering a good skill was a gateway to financial freedom, economic empowerment, and a nation building.
My name is Tochukwu Ikeme Austin. I'm a stylist. I fix nails. We do pedicure, manicure. We do boot locking. You understand? Boot piercing, any type of piercing. That's what we do for a living. But instead of being idle, you have to get something doing to support yourself about tomorrow. Yeah, I learned it from my boss. I have a boss. It's not that much, but it's how fast you are. You learn it. And being creative, because call it stylist, you have to be creative. And that's all. I am my living, but not just that much, because you know we have a different motive. Maybe if you be looking for 1 million, maybe you are getting 200,000. But you have to manage it instead of being idle. Understand? So that's it.
What do you tell Nigerian youths that are idle moving around?
It's nothing. It's just to look for something doing instead of being idle. Understand? It's something that you cannot even learn. Maybe you cannot even be 6 months or 3 months. You can learn it. It's something simple. It's free if you are ready for it. Instead of being idle, you give it a try.
Afambo Abuchi Christopher. If no phone, how from phone I say Azon from all the phone I say when I go no the also gas I no catalam photos bo Galwa phone ewe case ewe ndị na-amụ eye ewe ndị na-amụ 6 months so mo amụ m eye mo ya okwe gasị gị na ọ kacha alụ mana the little one emutagodu oge ye nwunye ego and ị ga-esi nwunye wee na-egbo mkpa gị.
Chimeremma Vivian, Ofo by name, from Enugu State. As you can see, I'm a shoemaker designer by professional. Yes, a lot of gains, at least. Everywhere good, and God has been faithful to it. Depending on the designs, you can get the one of 15, 12, 20, 25, 30,000, depending the one you want. It's not easy, but on the process, once you get it, so you understand what you are doing, it will be easier for you to do. Yes, you have to go through the process now. If you have passion now, I believe if you have passion on something, if you go there, you achieve what you want. Once you are less busy and you are not doing anything, you channel your energy in something else. Skin is good. Handworking is good. At least you earn your own money without being insulted by some major things.
My name is Chemere, known as Papilo of shoes. Well, I don't like discussing about my this, but I can tell you that this work is one of the handmade. How should I put it? Handcrafts work that gives money. Is also good. I didn't work under one boss, like because I started this work in a tender age. Only thing I can drop as something to them is that in life, life is not that easy for men to just stay and relax at home or all these things. So it's not that easy. That's one. Secondly, everybody needs to have what he or she is doing.
My name is Ogidi Kenneth. I'm from Enugu State. I'm doing shoe making in Ogbete main market in Enugu. Let's say 14 years now. I have people that I have trained. So I'm still expecting some more people to train. Yeah.
Then like how much can you make in a month,
Roughly. Let's say approximately in a month, like 100 and something thousand. Because it's everyday work. We amend, we do new ones, we do all kind of work that brings money. As you can see, like Nigerian now, so somebody needs something, hard work to train himself. Understand? I'm encouraging them to learn anything handwork, because handwork is life. Handwork can help you just to learn it and be creative. You'll be making much money. You don't need extra money to start updating, just to bend down and learn the work. After learning, you'll be progressing.
I'm sewing. I'm learning how to sew. Of course. I would like to make a lot of money from it. The only thing I would like to tell them is to go and learn work, because without this work, you will be depending on human beings, and they can disappoint at any time.
My name is Mr. Ido, and I'm doing fashion and designer in Ogbete main market. When somebody do business, what you are expecting from there is gain. But when you sit at home or you are just there doing nothing, I don't think there's anything that will come out of it. It's for long ago. It's more than 15 years now. So I believe that when you come here and concentrate to what your guy is teaching you, I believe that at the end of the day you will get a joy and you will be happy on it. My encouragement there is that all the youth is that instead of you to stay idle or doing nothing or waka about, I believe that once you come out there, you decided to do something, at last, at the end of the day, there will be a gain there for you. So I'm advising them to come out and learn something. It's not much to be this. Every other worker out there for them to learn, so that you may surely get gain on it at the end of the day. That's my advice for them.
My name is Aneke again, the president of Ogbete Market Traders Association. If you come inside Ogbete as you came today, you will see that Ogbete have chance for new people. Any person who wants to learn work, any handwork, if you come inside Ogbete management and the commodity will accept you. And after that, you will see, without being told, you see yourself excelling, being perfect in whatever you learn. In Ogbete, we accept everybody, but first of all, the rule of the market. We don't accept any person who is a criminal. We don't accept any person who is a liar. We make sure we tell you the rules and regulations of the market. And once you abide with it, we are going to accept you.
When youths master skills, they master their destiny. Capacity building is not just development, it is liberation. Mesoma Ogodere, Aneke TV.
Akoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles, such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya Olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anyị amara anyị adịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Ogene is a metal bell historically made by the Igbo people and considered as one of the most important metal instruments in Igbo traditional music. When struck with a wooden stick, it produces a sharp resonant tone. It is a symbol of Igbo identity and heritage, passed down through generations. Ogene acts as a rhythmic instrument, a melodic device, a means of communication, and also used in divination and spiritual rituals. It provides the rhythmic backbone, often setting the tempo and pace for other instruments and dancers. Ogene comes in different shapes and sizes. The single bell ogene, the double-belled ogene, ogene mpenabo, with each producing different sounds. The triple-shaped ogene, ogene mpe ato, each also producing different sounds. In an ogene cultural dance group, the vocal style is often distinguished by its main vocalist, with multiple singers singing in harmony with each.
Good afternoon and welcome to the News at 3 on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. Governors rally behind Tinubu's economic reforms, call for closer federal partnership. Ondo communities accuse Navy officers of murder, rape and destruction. Illegal pharmacists busted as PCN titles draw control in Lagos. Rural town of Katsina left without healthcare as only clinic lies in ruins. Ekiti awards 320 million naira contract to Eton permanent secretary. Governors of 30 states have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms. describing them as vital to Nigeria's long-term growth. At the 6th meeting in Abuja, the Nigeria Governors Forum, chaired by Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, I'll take that paragraph again. Governors of 30 states have thrown their weight behind President Bola Tinubu's economic reforms, describing them as vital to Nigeria's long-term growth. At their 6th meeting in Abuja, the Nigeria Governors Forum, chaired by Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, discussed the impact of recent policy shifts on the economy and citizens' welfare. The closed-door session focused on security, fiscal coordination, and stronger collaboration between the federal and state governments. The forum also reviewed talks with federal agencies on fuel subsidy removal, exchange rate management, and measures to cushion states against economic shocks. While Tinubu's reforms include subsidy removal and exchange rate unification, aimed to stabilize the economy, many Nigerians continue to grapple with rising living costs and inflation. In Ondo, tension is high in Ilaje local government area of Ondo State, where residents of Obe Adun, Obe Jedo, and Obe Nla communities have accused Nigerian Navy officers of brutal attacks, rape, and destruction of property. Eyewitnesses say naval personnel from the forward operating base Iwokoda invaded the area on October 19, allegedly killing 2 people, burning houses and a bakery, and cutting away over 14 million naira in cash. The communities claim the officers, led by Commander Usman, also sexually assaulted women and falsely accused locals of running illegal refineries. A petition filed by their lawyers to the police calls for an urgent investigation and prosecution of those responsible. Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa, who hails from one of the affected communities, has yet to issue a statement on the incident. Meanwhile, women in Lafiaji, a local government area of Kwara State, have condemned the arrest of journalist and Nopeko TV publisher Tawheed Mohammed, calling it unjust and urging Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak to investigate the failed Lafiaji Waterworks project. Mohammed was dragged to court by the Commissioner for Water Resources, Usman Yunusa Lade, after exposing that the multi-millionaire project was non-functional. A magistrate court in Ilorin ordered his remand pending a bail hearing. In a statement, the women said they had been without potable water for years, despite government claims that the waterworks was operational. Our only borehole broke down 8 years ago, and we now fetch dirty water that's making people sick, one of them lamented. They accused Commissioner Lade of deceiving the public and embezzling project funds, demanding the governor send a delegation to verify the situation. Instead of fixing the problem, they arrested the man who told the truth, they said, warning that the community was suffering from water-related illnesses. The women vowed to stage a protest if their cries continued to be ignored. We move to the world of politics. The Social Democratic Party SDP has expelled its former national chairman Shehu Gabman and several top officials for alleged misconduct, financial misappropriation, and abuse of office. The party spokesperson Rufus Ayenigba announced the decision after the National Working Committee adopted the findings of a disciplinary panel and a white paper report. Ayenigba said the move aims to restore integrity, discipline, and order in the party. Others affected include National Youth Leader Umona Chukwuma Uchechukwu, Adamu Abubakar Modibo, and 7 others accused of disloyalty and illegal entry into the party secretariat. According to the SDP, security operatives caught the expelled members with sensitive documents taken from the secretariat. The expulsion takes effect immediately, with the NWC reaffirming its commitment to transparency and constitutional order. In health, the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria has sealed nearly 500 illegal medicine outlets across Lagos State in one of its biggest enforcement drives yet. The PCN's head of enforcement, Dr. Suleiman Chiroma, said 845 premises were inspected across 200 local government areas, including Ikeja, Ikorodu, Mushin, Apapa, and Badagry. Out of these, 498 were shut down for violations such as operating without registration, selling controlled drugs illegally, and using expired licenses. Another 29 outlets were issued compliance directives. The sealed premises included 215 pharmacies, 83 patent medicine stores, and 200 illegal medicine shops. Dr. Chiroma said the operation reflects BCN's renewed push to clean up Nigeria's pharmaceutical sector and protect public health from unqualified handlers and substandard drugs. Observers described the clampdown as a strong message to illegal medicine dealers and a step toward restoring public confidence in the nation's drug supply system. Still in health, residents of Angowa, Sambo in Katsina State say they have been left to die after their only health clinic collapsed following 15 years of government neglect. A new report by the Monitoring Initiative for Transparency in Governance, MONI TNG, described the facility in Yakaji Ward, Danja local government as a death trap, with cracked walls, collapsed sections, and no water, electricity, or medical equipment. MONI TNG says repeated appeals to local and federal officials have gone unanswered, despite Katsina's multi-billion-naira health budget. Pregnant women and children now travel long distances for basic care, while others rely on unsafe facilities and contaminated water. The organization is urging Governor Diko Rada to declare a state of emergency in the health sector and ensure the community benefits from the 32.9 billion naira recently released by the federal government to upgrade primary health centers. It insists that healthcare is not a privilege but a right, and the people of Angowa Sambo deserve a safe, functional clinic after years of abandonment. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Governors rally behind Tinubu's economic reforms, call for closer federal partnership. Ondo communities accuse Navy officers of murder, rape, and destruction. Illegal pharmacies busted as PCN titles drug control in Lagos. Rural town of Katsina left without healthcare as only clinic lies in ruins. Still to come, Ekiti awards 320 million naira contract to its own permanent secretary. Nigerian Slam Wiki over son's presence at artificial meeting. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching the news at 3 on Aneke TV. Now I'll bring you the rest of the news. The Ekiti state government is facing criticism after awarding a 320 million naira contract for the construction of a government house guest chalet to its own permanent secretary in the Government House and Protocol Department. A review of the Ekiti Open Contracting Portal by Sahara reporters shows the contract was approved on October 8, 2025, sparking outrage over transparency and due process. The revelation comes as 35 government agencies reportedly received zero funding for capital projects in 2024, including key ministries like education, housing, and health. Investigations also show a pattern. Several multi-million naira contracts, some worth over 3 billion naira, were previously awarded to other permanent secretaries for airport and transport projects. Observers say the trend suggests a lack of competitive bidding and raises serious concerns about accountability in the Fire-Me era and post-Fire-Me administrations. Creators are calling on the Ekiti state government to open its books and explain why major public contracts keep going to insiders while vital agencies are starved of funds. Still on the national news, Nigerians online are calling out the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, after his son was spotted at a meeting involving directors from the FCT administration and the Ministry of Aviation. The controversy started after Isaac Fayose, brother of former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayose, posted a viral Facebook message asking what is Wike's son doing in the meeting of the directors of the Ministry of Aviation and the FCT. The post triggered a wave of criticism, with many comparing Wike's move to President Bola Tinubu's alleged family-style governance, referencing the president's son, Seyi Tinubu, who is often seen at official events. Social media users accuse Wike of grooming his son for power and blurring the line between public duty and personal privilege. Critics say the incident reflects a growing trend of nepotism in Nigerian politics, while others dismiss it as part of the catch them young culture among political elites. Nick Wike nor the FCT administration has commented on the viral backlash. In the meantime, the Civil Defense, Correctional, Fire and Immigration Services Board has dismissed 10 officers and sanctioned 21 others of the Nigerian Immigration Service for various acts of misconduct. According to NI spokesperson, Assistant Comptroller Akinshola Akinlabi, the disciplinary actions followed recommendations from the board's committee meeting held in July. 8 officers were dismissed for serious offences, 5 were compulsorily retired, 8 demoted and 5 issued warning letters. Appeals by 2 dismissed officers were rejected while 1 was reinstated and 2 cleared of wrongdoing. In a related case, 2 junior personnel were fired for involvement in criminal conspiracy, theft and kidnapping. The Comptroller General of Immigration, Kemi Nandap, reaffirmed the service's commitment to professionalism and zero tolerance for corruption. In business, the Naira remained steady at the official Nigerian Foreign Exchange Market (NFEM) on Friday, trading about 1,460 Naira to the US dollar, while it weakened further on the parallel market. In Lagos and other major cities, the dollar sold between 1,495 Naira and 1,115 Naira, averaging about 1,500 Naira on the streets. The widening gap between official and parallel market rates reflects limited dollar supply and high cash demand, despite central bank interventions aimed at stabilizing the market. Analysts say the sustained CBN support could keep the official rate firm, though strong retail demand may continue to pressure the Naira on the black market. In sports, Ademola Lookman's future at Atlanta remains uncertain despite returning to the starting lineup after a turbulent summer. The Nigerian forward, whose contract runs until June 2027, had pushed for a move to Inter Milan, but talks collapsed over transfer fees. After months of tension, Lookman was reinstated and impressed in Atlanta's goalless draw with Lazio, earning praise from coach Ivan Juric for his high work rate and defensive effort. Juric described the reigning African Footballer of the Year as unlucky not to score, but said his performance was at a very high level. Now we head to sports. Now we head to entertainment. Afrobeat superstar Davido has met with French President Emmanuel Macron in Paris in what is described as an honor and an inspiration. The Grammy-nominated artist discussed creative collaborations and youth empowerment, with President Macron praising his global influence and reaffirming France's commitment to Africa's creative industries. And that's all on the news at 3, but before we end the news, here are the main points. Governors rally behind Tinubu's economic reforms, call for closer federal partnership. Ondo communities accuse Navy officers of murder, rape and distraction. Illegal pharmacists busted as PCN tightens drug control in Lagos. Rural town of Katsina left without healthcare as only clinic lies in ruins. Nigerians slam Wike over son's presence at official meeting. And that's the news at 3 p.m. For more updates and breaking stories, follow Aneke TV across all social media platforms or call 0703-043-7110 for Eyewitness Report. On behalf of the producer, Chidema Sogwa, and the entire news team at Aneke TV, I am Amaka Niji. Thank you for watching.